warranted. However, we want to appeal to all Kenyans in Sudan to continue staying indoors. Kenya, we have been committed to the peace process, not just in Sudan, but in all of our neighbors, and we have been at the forefront of pushing for and advocating for peace.
The State Department for Diaspora Affairs also provided emergency contact for Kenyans working and living in Khartoum. Kenyans in Sudan can reach out to the embassy through +249 900 194854, while a local emergency contact, that is +254 011 4757 002 for friends and relatives of Kenyans living in Sudan.
We have about 400 students in Khartoum. We do have a large number of Kenyans who work for multinationals and international organizations such as the UN and so on. We do have a number of domestic workers as well in Sudan. We are in the process of mapping what those demographics look like.
Now, police in Malindi have been allowed to detain controversial pastor for 14 days to allow them complete investigations. This will allow investigators to complete probe into the preacher's alleged cult-like activities believed to lead to the death of 4 and hospitalization of 11 others.
Paul Ndenge Mackenzie, and a police bond that the court had earlier issued and directed that he be released pending the investigations is hereby cancelled. Aspects 1 to 7 to remain in police custody for 14 days pending the completion of the investigations. 30 days is too much.
7 more followers of the cult were rescued in Shakahola village in Malindi yesterday. Now, the Nairobi County has announced immediate changes to the board of the Mama Lucy Hospital moments after a disturbing video of a 26-year-old woman giving birth on the floor of the hospital attracted widespread condemnation.
Mama Lucy sio hospitali. Nishike mama mwenye amezaa. Nani amesema? Nishike mama mwenzangu kama na.
Now, the doctor on call is said to have immediately recommended an ultrasound to validate the lack of fetal heartbeat and informed the patient and her relatives that the baby was already dead. In the new changes, Dr. Bernard Getuma takes over as the medical superintendent, while Dr. Emma Mutio, the initial holder, has been posted to Pumwani Hospital as a specialist. And normal operations have resumed at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport following an earlier disruption caused by the stalling of a Singapore airline cargo aircraft on the runway. Transport CS Kipchumba Murkomen said that a technical team drawn from Kenya Airports Authority, Kenya Airways, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority and other agencies successfully removed the aircraft from the runway. The Singapore airline cargo aircraft B747400 aborted takeoff from the JKIA when its engine caught fire, leading to 11 tires being punctured, forcing a temporary closure of the runway. And Lancia S. Kimani Ngujiri has been disarmed after he shot and injured 1 man in a dramatic incident in Nakuru. This as he confronted a group of about 100 people on a disputed piece of land. Rift Valley head of DCI Francis Wanjau confirmed they confiscated a Seska pistol from Ngujiri following the drama. This is part of what went down in Nakuru. Investigations into the matter are ongoing. And defending champion Evans Chebet powered to back-to-back victories in the Boston Marathon as Eliud Kipchoge's quest to add to his collection of major marathon titles ended in a disappointment. In the women's category, Helen Obiri stomped to a brilliant victory in the women's race, winning a thrilling closing duel with Amane Beriso. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
What are they saying? How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of God.
And just like that, it's Tuesday. Good morning, and the heavens have opened and rain is coming down. What does it look like on the streets of Nairobi this morning? Kenya's capital, looking like traffic is starting on the Thika Superhighway, a little bit of it going out towards that Pangani underpass. There, traffic has already started. Kangunda Road looks like it's going to be quite busy today, as it does on Outer Ring. The rain is going to slow things down considerably, so if you haven't left, now might be a good time to do so. Or if you're going to wait it out, probably after 8 is when you will see that things looking a little bit better. There's traffic on the Northern Bypass. It's going out towards Committee Road, and it's also coming in from there as well. We're looking at the Northern Bypass all the way stretching through past Ruaka, and so some traffic will come into the city from there. Let's take a look at things and see how Tuesday pans out. We seem to have started off just right. Let's talk on Spice of MKE on Twitter. Keep things moving this Tuesday.
.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. It's 10 minutes after 6 o'clock and Kenya's biggest conversation starts now. Ndoko here with you. And how are you doing this rainy Tuesday morning? It looks like stuff is getting done and grown. Hope everything is going well in your neck of the woods. Woke up well? Good. Good to be back in the saddle after a couple of days, and good to connect with each of you. How are things? Hope all is well where you are. My two gentlemen that I left here are still here somewhere, I think. Another one is trying to sit properly in his chair. And we'll see how things go this morning. Good to be back. Eric, good morning.
Wait, Kwani, the airport was closed yesterday. You decided to land and come straight to the studio.
Yeah.
Surely, hata siungoja watu wengine waingie.
Watu wagani?
Kwenye studio. Surely. Ndu.
Yeah. I should have waited for you guys to come first. Okay, so
we welcome you.
Okay, we start again, Brasi.
With a song and dance.
Bas. You dance?
Yeah.
No. You sing. No. You sing. Let's see CT dance.
No, kuna vile tulikuwa tumejipanga. Sasa umedisrupt kila kitu.
I'm even here now trying to dictate how you
go back and come again.
I go. You know I can go.
Go back and then come again on Tuesday.
I thought you were saying go out now. I can actually go out now and then walk back in, should you prefer.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How was it?
Fantastic.
Yeah? Ulifanya nini?
Nilifanya vitu mob nakwambia. Yeah. Eating fresh fruit from my mother's fruit trees. chilling, helping my mum out, seeing the lay of the land.
So you went all the way. Yeah. Where? So tell us where you were. Where you went. Where did you go to?
I went to. I was in Abuja for a night. I saw some of my family there, and then I went to Jos. Jos is in Plateau State, which is the middle belt of the country.
Plateau is in a belt.
Plateau is in the middle belt of the country. Plateau State is right in the middle of the country, where, interestingly enough, the warmer climate, the tropical climate meets the dry climate coming from the north. So it's in the middle where the weather is cool. It gets as cold as Limuru.
Are you serious?
Yeah. That's just.
So is it a mountainous area?
No, it's not. It's hilly. It's rocky. Rock formations that look like somebody was having fun putting rocks on top of each other. Very interesting. I took some pictures and I'll show you.
Allah?
Yeah, it looks like somebody just placed rocks on top of each other and they sit in the weirdest but most beautiful formations.
Allah?
What are the myths around these rocks that are sitting on top of each other? Who is it who played with the gods and was told to sit and behave?
But one of them is a rock.
Here. You sit here. So I mean, it's really, really interesting to see. Yeah, so it's a rocky area. Yeah.
One of them is a rock. Sindio?
One of who is a rock? One of the gods.
One of those, the other way around. One of those rocks is a god.
Is a god. Voila.
Yeah?
Are these rocks treated with a certain level of reverence? Do people revere?
There's actually one that's called Gog and Magog.
Are you very serious?
Yeah, I'm very serious. Like in the Bible.
Named by who?
Oh, people who just been there and tried to climb it. We've climbed it a couple of times. Very interesting that you climb and you're basically hanging, trying to get to the top of the other. Because the two rocks are sitting on each other like that. And so in order to get atop this one, you have to get into this one and then kind of grip and then hurl yourself over. Very scary to climb, but really nice when you're on top of it.
Okay.
They're called Gog and Magog.
There's two rocks that sit together called Gog and Magog.
Some Nigerian pastor might have been there.
Well,
yeah. Must have decided this is where we are actually establishing sanctuary.
Remind me, what was the story about Gog and Magog? I'm forgetting.
I need to remember myself.
What did they invent? You know, I asked the question. Kenyans, Africans in particular, are very fond of using biblical names to name children. Have you ever come across a child who's called Gog?
Gog and Magog.
Okay.
So in Ezekiel 38, Gog is an individual and Magog in his land. Magog is a man and an ancestor of an ancestor of a nation, but no Gog is mentioned. So Gog and Magog were people, actually. The Gog prophecy is meant to be fulfilled in the approach is what is called the end of days. So really it was looking at the end of time. So it was interesting. And so these two rocks were called Gog and Magog. There are very, very many. And then there's another place where the rocks, you'll find rocks that are flat black rocks. Very interesting. And they're all sitting, they're stuck to the ground, but they're all sitting in one area next to a river. So the water passes over and it looks like they're shimmering glass. Really interesting.
Okay.
That's Jos for you.
It's just Jos.
Mama yangu amewasalimia wote.
Kabisa?
Yeah.
Mwambie ukimwona tena. Sisi tumesalimika sana. Sana tumepokea salamu. Kwa moyo mkunjufu.
Kunjufu, there's a word I've never heard.
Moyo mkunjufu. Bas. See? Language develops when you travel.
Touché.
Okay, welcome to the conversation, everybody. We're full house today. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing. So, the medical workers in several counties have threatened to down their tools from tomorrow. Because of what? Because of no payment. And these are doctors and some clinical officers. So, the leadership of those two unions will be joining us at 7 a.m. The National Secretary General of the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union, Dr. Davji Atela, will be here at 7 alongside Peterson Washira, who's the National Chairman of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Haya, watakuja watuambie, what are these irreducible minimums? Why do they want to go on strike? This is a conversation going on at 9 o'clock. Let's talk about promoting development and implementation of tobacco control policies online. Dorcas Kiptui is the head of Division of Tobacco Control at Department of Non-Communicable Diseases at the Ministry of Health. And Rachel Kitonyo Devotsu is a senior tobacco control advisor at the Tobacco Control Data Initiative program at Development Gateway. So Rachel and Dorcas join us at 9 a.m. Keep it here for all those conversations. We're live streaming the show like we always do on YouTube and Facebook. If you're online, say hello to Ndu Oko. Tell her welcome back. Also remember to always say hello to Edna. She's here as well. 17 minutes after 6. Let's take a look at the weather forecast.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, and rain is coming down. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 15. It's clear at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 23 and lows of 14. And we'll see lows of 15 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 15, going to highs of 24. It'll go to highs of 23 in a mostly clear Eldoret at 12. And at 25, mostly cloudy conditions in Mombasa. We'll see highs of 28. And it'll go to highs of 30 in Malindi, where it's cloudy at 26. 19 and mostly clear in Kisumu, highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 26 in a cloudy Kakamega at 16. It's cloudy at 19 in Kampala, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 27 in a rainy Dar es Salaam at 23. At 11 degrees, Johannesburg is mostly clear, highs of 24 and lows of 9, and mostly clear conditions in Lagos at 27. We'll go to highs of 33 and lows of 26. All right, looking into Kinshasa, mostly cloudy at 24, highs of 32, back down to lows of 24. Looking out into Tuesday afternoon, Beijing is sunny at 23, highs of 27 and lows of 9. And it's mostly cloudy at 8 in Paris with highs of 16. London will see highs of 11. It's cloudy at 8. And Monday night is mostly cloudy at 15 in New York. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 19 and lows of 10.
Twenty minutes after 6. Good morning, everybody. Who's awake?
Indeed, locked in Kawaidare. Hey, things have taken on a new spelling since I was awake.
Kawaidare.
Okay. That's Andola Jr. says good morning. Sir Bramwell Keddy says good morning, Situation Room. Welcome back into, yes, thank you very much. A rainy morning, but locked in as usual. That's Dan Mosiah. And Mosiah?
Mosaic.
Sour. Another Daniel says good morning, my favorite team. He's tuned in from Kiambu County. Laikipia University is where Ward Nyakach is tuned in this morning, and Winnie Mwara is in as well. Stephen Nyambane Maronga, welcome. People have not just my name today has taken on very, very many different spellings. This has spelled my name Eddo. Do you like that? Eddo.
As Edu.
I don't know. It's supposed to be me somewhere in there. Good morning to you. You have a fan, a listener, a day for an interesting conversation. Indeed, Donald Lidambitsa. Good morning to you. Good morning, Isaac Cheriot, watching from Eldoret. Good to have you in this morning. He says we congratulate Evans Chibet and Helen Obiri for their amazing performance. At least we have a chance to come together as a country. Indeed. This is very interesting because that's one thing I saw. That Kenyans could split and fight over very many things, but then come to a competition where two Kenyans do a fantastic job in the marathons. everybody comes together as one, and I think it's really great to see. So yeah, chapeau to Evans Chebet and Helen Obiri for their amazing performance. Dan Kuto, another one, says, welcome back, D-U. There's another spelling of my name. You guys are on a roll this morning. Tuning from Eldoret. And Diana also says, good morning, I missed that traffic update. Eric, you were doing flat things. Why?
You were true.
So, worry. Ndu is the name. It's spelled N-D-U. N-D-U. Jane Duta says, good morning, tuned in from County 001. Andrew Mark is tuning from Nakuru, cold after a heavy downpour yesterday. Kurauka works Kamakawa. Okay. Good morning, men. Well, okay, Ali Mohammed. Good morning to you too, sir. Spice FM, good morning. Please, excuse me. Eric and City.
Yep.
Please take note of the words I'm about to speak.
Okay.
May they be emblazoned in your memory forever.
Okay.
Peter Wagongo says, good morning, beautiful Ndu. You've seen how you shall be addressing me moving forward.
Okay.
You get it?
Okay, beautiful Ndu. Continue.
You are such a good student, City. You make me proud. Eric and Muga, how are you?
We're fine, thanks.
We're very fine, thank you.
Okay. Good morning.
And how are you?
Mimi.
No,
I'm fine.
the
Peter Wagongo. He's very fine.
Msalimianaji.
Tell him we've said hi there.
Peter, CT and Eric have said hi there. Morning, Ndu. Welcome back. Igwe. Igwe is, yes, indeed. Abednego Mwamburi is tuned in from Malindi with love. Hey, it's Malindians. They're up. They know what's up. Okay. Good morning. Trying to get you from Kisi, but aren't getting you. What's the frequency? Kindly, Eric, so you tell us.
Yeah.
Julius is concerned.
You're wapi?
Kisi.
Frequency ya Kisi. Kisi. Now try other things. You'll try either if you can get, actually, people who get us in Kisi, because there's some people who get us in Kisi. Where do they get us from? It could be the Nakuru one, 96.0, but that's very far. Or the Kisumu one, 102.5.
Want to try that one? Try it and see. Bramo Bokeh, Fred One Johnny, Dan Mang. There are many Dans on today. David Dismas, good morning to you. David Mogaka, tuned in. Chris is tuned in. Josephine Kiarie, John Amasongole, good morning back and welcome back. And thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, lady and gentlemen. Stanley Ngashe Stan is tuned in from Mount Kilimambogo. And he says, good to have you in. Yes, indeed. Tony, welcome. Good morning from a wet Nairobi. CT Muga, you have to keep warm, Baraza says.
Yeah.
Vincent Okech is tuned in. Morris Wirangai, Livingston, Michael Gona, Vincent Ogutu, Samuel, everybody, Karibuni Sana this morning.
Everybody, welcome. Yesterday, Ndu, we traveled to the country of Burkina Faso.
Did you? The capital is?
Ouagadougou.
City?
Funny people.
The Burkina.
No, the two of you.
Burkinabe. Okay.
Do you even know what that word means, Burkinabe?
The Burkinabe?
Yes.
They're the people of Burkina Faso.
No.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
She's right. It actually means men or women. That's the meaning of the word. But it's in the fuller language. Okay?
Yes. How do you write that fuller?
F-U-L-A, fuller.
Okay. So fuller.
Not fura.
Not fuller.
Not fuller. Like Zungu. In F-U-L. Yes. Okay. An axe does not cut the tree on its own.
An axe does not cut the tree on its own.
No.
It cuts the tree and?
With help.
I want to stand up and give you 5 because, wow. Hey.
Eric is on something, isn't he?
I'm telling you.
Okay. Let's look at the headlines. Nipatie hiyo kitu uko nayo?
Mimi yiko ni yeye.
Business Daily.
Wako na yeye.
Very good, very good. Letter yeye.
Sahau ngoja kidogo.
Nimepata. Haya. Start, Ndu.
On the front page of the Standard, server politics. It's not just you that they're telling to open server. The big gamble for Raila, and it's a server politics is what they're saying. Land CAS in gun drama over half an acre. Dun, 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 dun. Chebet defends his crown, and Obiri toast of Boston in that marathon. Scintillating performance by both of them, holding the flag of Kenya very, very high. Most Kenyan employees prefer working from home post-COVID. I wonder why. There's that story again of CAS Gunjiri and 2 injured in gun drama involving himself. Sisters are fighting with stepmothers over Keen's multi-billion shilling estate, and we'll look at that later. On the front page of The Nation, MP's new bid to block high county taxes says these are things, blah, blah. A proposed law before the National Assembly is seeking to control runaway county taxes by requiring the National Treasury to oversee and block exorbitant levies that undermine cross-county trade as well as the national economic policies. But the bill has already drawn mixed reactions from governors and senators. Do you wonder why? We shall tell you later. Single runway haunts JKIA as flight suspended. Cargo planes take off aborted after bird strike. Bird as in tweet. Mudege.
Ndege alikuwa anapaa akagonga ndege aliyekuwa kashapaa.
Kushaelewa. Gotcha city gotcha.
Lakini moja ni ndege ilikuwa inapaa ikagonga ndege ambaye alikuwa amepaa.
Kwema lakini.
Kwema boss. I learned the word. Kwema. Who knew? Harambe's to collateral. The big headache of hospital bills. And there's a fresh push to spare jobless graduates from paying interest on help loans, because you wonder, why would you do that when they're just, getting into the job market? Spare them a little bit. And that's what it looks like on The Nation.
Like that? Okay. So let me tell you what's on the front page of the Business Daily. So the banks were announcing their results just the other day. In those results, for example, Equity posted a 15% rise in profit. Equity's profit rose to 46.1 billion shillings. Right? 46.1 billion what?
Shillings.
Billion shillings. Now, the boss of Equity is called Dr. James Mwangi.
Yes.
Okay? Now, because of, James Mwangi, first of all, the other day he was in the headlines because he's one of the major shareholders of Equity. And so in terms of dividends, he was taking home some couple of hundreds of millions of shillings.
Just kidogo.
Pesa kidogo tu hapa na pale. Now, he also is an employee of Equity.
So he earns a salary.
Okay? He earns a salary.
Yeah.
And being in the executive level of Equity, he also earns a what? A performance bonus. Now, because of the profit of Equity jumping 15% to 46.1 billion shillings, Mr. James Mwangi just got himself some bonus of 53 million shillings.
Okay.
Yeah. His salary for the year was 213 million shillings. Yeah. Higher. There's another bank called NCBA.
So, how much again?
13.
Total. Bonus plus salary.
Yes.
213 million.
253 kwa hiyo
divide by 12. 253.
253 divide by 12.
Okay, 253 unabaki na 160. Divide by 12.
He's not that highly paid.
No, he's not. It's just pata kidogo tu. So in total kikuja 213.
In total 13 million hivi.
In total kikuja 213 si mbaya. NCBA's profit grew to 13.78 billion shillings. Okay? The CEO of NCBA is called Mr. John Gashora. So Mr. John Gashora saw his earnings grow in terms of salary and bonus to 147.73 million shillings for the year. Okay? He got a bonus of just 40 million shillings. Kabonavi. 40 million bob. For performance. Sawa bana. Sawa. So NCBA Equity CEO salaries signal bankers bumper pay. Now you can imagine that's Equity, that is NCBA. The other banks also that announced some good profit, KCB Group, others. All right. Mudavadi office relies on State House cash in budget hitch. Umesikia hiyo maneno? Newly created offices, including that of Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, are relying on other ministries for funding of day-to-day operations after the Treasury failed to disburse their budgeted monies. Treasury data shows that 13 new offices, which were created in November, are yet to receive a single cent from the government's main account at the end of March. This is forcing them to rely on their parent ministries during the Uhuru Kenyatta era for cash, following delays in approving the supplementary budget, which reflected President Ruto's new structure. The National Police Service is still relying on funding from Interior, despite Dr. Ruto saying this is now autonomous. We are putting you directly in charge of budget. In fact, we are creating an officer who will be accounting officer for the National Police Service. Hiyo mambo yote, it took long before what? Supplementary budget. So until supplementary budget, they were still getting money from Professor Kithure Kindiki. Mudavadi, who was offered the newly established Prime Cabinet Secretary with a 771 million shillings annual budget, is relying on the presidency, which is now has, Ruto, it has Gachagua, it has First Lady, it has Gachagua's lady, and now it has this other one.
Pressure kidogo.
The Prime Cabinet Secretary's lady.
Yes. Spouse. Office of the spouse
that
of
one.
The Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. The other small headlines before CTU tell us about the Star. Ruto Biden teams open trade talks and amid farmers' protest. Betting firms set to remit taxes via M-Pesa. Why IMF wants CBK to let the shilling depreciate. IMF is saying, ati mnasema shilling what? Let it go to 1,000.
To the dollar.
Shilling.
What is it?
It's your problem. Yeah.
No problem. Those are the problems, we'll fix them.
Yeah.
Surely.
Let the currency depreciate to encourage local production. At dollar ikikuwa 200, we'll encourage local production. Because it becomes expensive.
Now you can't buy things from outside.
It becomes expensive to import.
Then you force people in the country now to start making their own.
Unfortunately.
Plant your own palm tree, get your oil, make your own
thing. But it also will help us export more. Simply because of that little detail.
We'll earn more from exports.
Yes, we should, because it will be cheaper to buy our goods. That is, of course, if the goods are pegged to the dollar. That is one of the things about depreciating the shilling against the dollar.
Leo imefika wapi?
Ubaye to be a net importer.
Yeah, imagine. Net importer of food, net importer of
No.
Agricultural input, net importer.
No, the net importation is not the problem, it's the symptom. Yes, it is what tells you it's the underbelly of what our problem is. Because when you import, and the reason for the importation is given as something that is necessary, then people don't ask too many questions. But therein lies the problem, because the process of importation is where now people now ensure and guarantee that their self-interests are taken care of. Yes. It's not as though, what is it that we are importing, for instance? If it's foodstuff, is there anything that we import which is foodstuff which cannot actually be grown or produced locally?
Like what? The things you import. You even import maize for the staple.
Now, I think
your staple is maize and it's being imported.
I think you have now simply given flesh to the skeleton.
Is there anything that we can't grow locally?
That's the question I'm asking.
That will be. See, the thing is, you have to then add a predicate to that, even if it was complete. And you say, look, is there anything that we cannot grow? Sure. But is there anything that you cannot grow in the amounts that it is necessary to sustain the growing population of Kenya every day?
And I dare say there is nothing we cannot grow to do precisely what you've mentioned.
Absolutely. I agree.
Yes.
The thing is that it must be backed and fueled by the actual will and implementation.
So you make sure that process is a conversation. It's never really actualized.
So we suffer for a bit.
Yes, the thing that we could do is always a discussion for the future.
And
it's planned, and we have to, and we've set aside, and we're going to do. And it's always something that is in the making. Yes. But meanwhile, let's bridge this gap and let's import, shall we?
Yeah.
Yes.
As we are doing this. You see, the thing is, if the as we're doing this actually happened,
that's what I said.
It would be great.
It would be great. But remember, the consistency in all this is the conversation. It's the same. We are always doing something. We are always working on something. We are always planning something. We are always just about to complete something.
We're always talking about it. Yes. Ooh, voila.
What's on the Star?
Top headline on the right-hand side corner. Your favorite pastor, Eric. Doomsday cult preacher detained for 14 days as more victims are rescued.
Oh my goodness.
This story is on page 2. This is the pastor, gentleman by the name of Mackenzie. Okay.
Mtumishi wa Bwana bwana.
Mtumishi wa Bwana, Bwana tumtambui ni bwana gani, lakini basi ni bwana. So, na pia hatujui ni bwana wa nani. Okay.
Ni bwana
Bwana tu. Ruto moves to stop erratic county taxes. Governors who seek prior treasury and CRA approval before imposing levies.
Anyway, Ati, you'll tell us that story.
I'm interested in this story because even this headline in my mind is misleading. Yes, it's completely misleading. Completely, absolutely.
You'll tell us this. Let's take a break. It's 23 minutes to 7. We'll be looking at those stories in greater detail shortly. Ndu, tell us the traffic update, how the roads are like.
I have a brother. He was a pilot. He was laid off. He came to a policeman. He messed up.
He went from a pilot to a policeman.
Exactly.
He stole a jet.
Yeah.
In fact, you should be lucky he was not court-martialed.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Indeed, it's all about hashtag Spice Drive, hashtag Quatch KWACH. 3 to 7 in the PM.
This morning, it's heading out into the city, albeit slowly, but it's moving. It's going to get to bumper level at some point. It's looking good on Landy's getting into the city. You should be all right then coming in through towards Kamkunji. There's traffic also building up on Gong Road this morning, and it's coming in heavy through to the city. Let's keep an eye on that and see what pans out, because it looks like it might cause a little bit of a trouble here and there. All right, we're looking at traffic then coming in through Ruta onto Naivasha Road. Gitanga Road is also looking busy way up there next to the junction coming in from Kikuyu. So let's keep an eye on that as well. James Gishuru is non-moving completely as you get to the drift and then trying to head out through to the junction coming in from Zima Springs. You're going to get past that and you'll be all right as you get towards Waiyaki Way. But then you're getting out towards Westlands and there's some traffic there. On the Thika Superhighway, there's heavy traffic coming in from the Utali College at the drift. It's bumper to bumper getting into the city. It's also heavy on Kiambu Road this morning. So the rain coming down is slowing things down on the roads this morning. So you want to be careful because it is slippery in as much as you're trying to get where you're going quickly. So do two things. Be careful, be patient. And then let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Twenty minutes to 7. City, why don't you start us off? Ati, the president met with the governors.
That's the story. The President William Ruto administration has drafted a far-reaching bill that would force governors to seek National Treasury approval to impose taxes, fees, and levies. This flies right in the face of devolution. Clean. The bill, sponsored by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, provides that counties first submit a proposed taxes, fees, levies, or any charge to the National Treasury and the Commission of Revenue Allocation for approval. Yeah. According to the county government's revenue-raising process bill 2023, counties would have to explain to the Treasury and CRA why they are imposing a tax, levy, fee, or a charge. The Commission shall review the proposal submitted and submit it to the National Treasury within 1 month upon receipt, the bill reads. The proposed law grants sweeping powers to the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary, who would be the ultimate determinant whether counties could charge a particular levy. Super. The National Treasury may consult any other state organ or interested person on the proposal. The proposed law states, at the same time, revenue that the county government presently charge will be reviewed by the committee to be formed if MPs enact the law. The Interagency Transitional Committee to review the taxes, charges, and fees shall consist of the National Treasury, CRA, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, Council of Governors, and KRA. Okay. The committee, to exist for 2 years, shall review the taxes, charges, and fees envisioned in consultation with the public and make recommendations on an allowable list of such taxes, charges, and fees to the Cabinet Secretary for consideration. Everything Cabinet Secretary. So why do you even have all these people? Why don't you just ask the Cabinet Secretary to decide? Okay. The review would affect parking fees, market fees, health facilities fees. Yes.
Continue, Ati. Market fees, parking fees.
Let me just read again. Parking fees, market fees, health facility fees, license fees, charged by the devolved units. This is how the devolved. Look.
President William Ruto's administration is hell-bent on killing devolution. There is no other way of looking at it. Nothing.
But just look at the events that have taken place. Not releasing money to the counties for the how many last months?
Yes.
And then now this. Every action, I have to agree with you, every action or non-action has pointed exactly to this.
Yep.
Because you cannot say that you're fostering and promoting devolution, but then you're throttling the very thing that is to bring devolution to life. Not possible. Didn't want it, and rather than coming out and saying it.
Several things. In fact, let's talk about this at 8.
Let's.
Because clearly, this administration has decided, by the time nimalizana na hii miaka yangu,
devolution is dead.
Hii kitu tutamaliza.
Now, if you kill devolution, what exactly will you actually be doing? Because killing devolution means very many other things.
Hey, my God.
If we thought we didn't understand the intentions of this government, now we do.
My God.
Now we do. It's clear, isn't it?
Kapsa.
Let me just read something final so that you understand.
Tell us something.
A county government may not exercise its powers. That's according to this thing that is being proposed. It may not exercise its powers in terms of Articles 209 or 210 of the Constitution to impose tax, levy, or fees or any other charge in a way that materially and unreasonably prejudices national economic policies, economic activities across the country's boundaries, or the national mobility of goods, services, and capital of labor. The bill states. Essentially, we'll talk about it at 8.
That one, hapana, hiyo tutaingia kidogo.
Yeah.
They've tried, eh?
I'm telling you. They've done a solid. 2 injured in gun drama involving Land CS Gunjiri. Land's Chief Administrative Secretary Kimani Gunjiri is in a spot or on the spot. How do you like it? There's a spot.
There's a spot. He's involved.
Inside it or around it, okay?
There's a spot though.
There's a spot.
Okay.
He was involved in gun drama with a family over a land dispute. So, when the gunshots went silent, one man was on the ground, writhing in pain from a bullet wound, while a middle-aged woman was sobbing uncontrollably from a fractured arm. So you ask yourself, what happened? So, Gunjiri, who is a former Bahati MP, had arrived in Kwatom village at around 6 a.m. He's been driving through in his off-road truck and a tractor in tow, ready to plow a farm that had been the center of a legal dispute. He's coming to plow the farm. He's coming to do business, okay?
Yeah.
Now, Susan Murugi says she was in the house when the tractor driver came and told her that unlike any other day, they intended to plow part of her land. And she was like, wait a minute, that's not going to happen. She then went and met them bringing down the fence, and Gunjiri was there. You will, number one, there's a tractor just in the morning.
Will you please explain something before, because whose land are we talking about?
That's what I want to tell you. But just know now.
So who's this Susan?
I want to tell you now.
How many acres is it?
Slow your
answer.
All right, fine. Sorry.
Okay, tell us.
Start. Once upon a time.
Now, Murugi, she's in her late 60s. She said she was confronted by the CAS. Now, where the CAS's land is adjacent to Murugi's land.
So they are neighbors.
Exactly.
Okay. Murugi and Gujiri are neighbors.
Thank you. Now, according to her, she says that Gunjiri threatened her and said, look, auntie, it's time you vacated this land. And she was using it as a holding ground for her livestock. Gunjiri came and told her, out. So, and she was like, where is all of this coming from? This is my land. This is where I hold my livestock. You've been here. We also know that this land of yours has some issues every now and then. How can you come and tell me now to just move? It doesn't make sense to me. So according to her, at that point, he hit her with a stick. Now they're having this confrontation. Okay.
So this Susan is someone's wife.
Wait now.
Someone's grandmother.
She's in her 60s, but
that's why I started with wife.
On a pig, baby.
You've understood now.
Girl, okay, that's where you were going.
Yes.
So she said she raised the alarm and then he reached out his gun. Neighbors came to her rescue, escalating the confrontation, and he went to now tell some youth to destroy her fence. Okay? Her daughter, Christine Nyeri, who is 38, also now joined this melee, and she claims that the MP then collected a plank of wood and he aimed it at her. All right?
Where is the pistol?
I don't know now if he's holding the wood and the pistol at the same time, wielding these weapons, etc., etc.
Or the gun was causing complications, so he decided to get basic.
This wood is better.
Something he's more accustomed to.
Yeah, wood is always better.
Right.
Murugi's son, William Dungu, who was attracted to the scene by the commotion, arrived and confronted the state official, further worsening the situation. He said he was angered to see how they had destroyed their property. He whipped out his pistol and aimed it at me. He fired the gun, but the bullet missed. This was now the nephew. All right. So now this, unfortunately, has all been, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which side you're on, was all captured on video. One of Gunjiri's security detail is, however, seen jumping between the two of them to calm the men down seconds before Gunjiri fired 2 shots. He said, "You have hit me really badly. Kill me. Now go ahead and demolish the house." And Jerry is heard lamenting as Gunjiri responds with, "Come, I kill you. Come, I must plow this land." All caught on video, my friends. It was then that the residents realized that one of the bullets had hit a local, Lucas Onyango, who was on his way to a farm located a few meters away from the scene of the confrontation.
A passerby.
Going on his merry way to do his own thing in the morning. He's shot.
What?
Okay. Now, Gunjiri then went back to his truck and ordered his aides to help Onyango board it so he could take him to the Bahati Sub-County Hospital. Another resident offered to rush Jerry to the facility. Now, Jerry said she was shocked when she got to the hospital. Gunjiri now claimed to have been assaulted. His hand now was in a plaster. He left. He now.
I think this man Gunjiri, one must respect this man.
Jerry said she was wondering, this guy just left here.
That drive to the hospital, Gunjiri realized things were thick.
She said she was shocked. Then Gunjiri returned to the scene, plaster in tow. Nakuru County Police Commander Zachary Kimani and a team of detectives from the County Criminal Investigations Department were also there. Okay? They were processing the scene. Angry residents shouted at him, forcing him to leave. They said, "Get out." He, however, continued to supervise plowing of his... Now, imagine. He went to hospital, came back with a plaster on his hand, and came back and insisted that this plowing, we must continue. I have a dedeline to meet my friends.
Boy, meanza.
Bana. At the scene of the confrontation, the police recovered 3 spent cartridges and a bullet head, so it was clear that some shooting had taken place. Although Mr. Kimani, the police commander, declined to comment on the matter, the officers on his instructions showed journalists a Seska pistol and 8 rounds of 9mm ammunition, which Gunjiri surrendered at Bahati police station after the incident. The land claimed by Gunjiri forms part of a larger 560, there's your number CT, acre land at the center of a court battle. 2008 is what saw Elizabeth Nyabura and Francis Kamau suing as the administrators of the estate of Juguna Bogo. They filed a case against 6 individuals and 2 companies over ownership of the entire land. Endow Company claims ownership of the land as a bona fide purchaser. Bogo, now deceased, acquired it by adverse possession. The fight for the land began in 2001 when Bogo commenced a suit by way of originating summons seeking to be declared the owner of the land under the doctrine of adverse possession, and he contended he contended that he had been in an uninterrupted and peaceful possession of the suit property since 1959. So this whole land already had an issue, but Jerry and her mother, Murugi, claimed that the part where they were on was theirs, and they have the documentation.
So the dispute is between Murugi and Nani over this particular section of the land?
Yes. So...
Wow.
So he's in a spot because somebody unfortunately was injured in all of this, and it doesn't look good for the CAS right now.
There are places on this planet where when such an incident occurs, you first resign.
There are actually places on earth, human beings with beating hearts.
When you're involved in such a scuffle, you resign as matters are being discussed and as things are being determined and directions are being sought. Yes. And even with plaster of Paris in your hand and everything, you still resign. But that doesn't seem to be the case that happens in this particular part of the world.
Bueno.
No.
Now, this story of, we are following this story, blow by blow account of the story of Pastor Mackenzie. See, Pastor Mackenzie was preaching in Malindi. The story first emerged about some children who had died in Magarini. And these people were going to some forest in Malindi. So the assumption is that the people who were following Pastor Mackenzie's call to starve themselves are the people of, Kilifi County, Malindi, and Magarini. Shock. There's a family that is mourning the death of their person, who left their home in Ebukondi village, Lurambi constituency, on April 1st. Okay. According to Tabitha Muhulu, the mother to Ferdinand Mohanji, who was 32 years old, Mohanji took his 2 younger brothers, James Luseha, 27, and Kevin Musalakani, 21, traveled to Malindi secretly 2 weeks ago for special prayers. In an interview with the Standard at their home in Lurambi constituency, she says they tried reaching them in vain as they are switched off their phones, prompting them to start looking for them. They had informed one of the family members that they were going for prayers in Nairobi, led by their elder brother Muhanji. She added, "We had searched for them all over until last Friday when my daughter, who lives in Nairobi, told me that she had seen one of her brothers, Kevin Musakalani, among the followers of Pastor Mackenzie on TV being rescued by the police." Muhulu said that evening she received the shocking news that Muhanji had lost his life after he succumbed to starvation. They were informed that his body had been taken to Malindi Sub-County Hospital mortuary, upon which they sent an uncle who confirmed that indeed that was Muhanji. The whereabouts of his younger brother, James Luseha, is unknown, while Musalakani is in police custody but is very weak and he needs urgent medical attention. Pastor Mackenzie of Good News has since surrendered to the police. Muhanji's brother also said that her son left for the prayers with his wife, whose whereabouts remain unknown. Muhanji's wife had a 2-year-old child belonging to her sister, and we also don't know where the child is. "I'm distressed. I don't know where the wife of my late son and the young child are." This is according to Muhulu, their mother, saying the government should ingilia kati hii maneno. 27-year-old Geoffrey Muhanji, a twin brother to James Luseka, who has also traveled to Malindi for the prayers and is missing, said they were led to Pastor Mackenzie's church by a local, but his identity is unknown. Francis Shikokoti, an uncle of the three brothers, described the incident as a tragedy for the family, and they want the police to ingilia kati. Shirere Ward Community Area Administrator Benedict Lihanga has assured the family that the county government of Kakamega will help them get their sons back home.
Allah.
All the way from Lurambi constituency in Vihiga County. They went for those prayers. And the prayers were starvation.
Starvation.
One of them died. The other one is in hospital, very weak. The other one, there's a wife and a child whose whereabouts are unknown.
The things that have been done, the atrocities that have been committed in the name of God,
I'm telling you,
by human beings, man, they defy any form of logic that you can think of. In the name of God.
Kapsa. Aye. I'll give you another story.
Please.
Okay. So there's a Senate committee called the Committee on Energy. It has been looking into this matter of, rising electricity prices. So they've been summoning the management of several IPPs. Yesterday, they had summoned the managers of an IPP called Gulf Power Limited. All right. Now, the committee chair, who is the Nyeri Senator, Wahome Wamatiga, asked the person who had come.
Okay, Wamatiga means he's of the what?
Of the tractors.
Oh, Karagita.
These guys who went to plow this land where people got shot.
Karagita.
Wamatinga is tractors. Wamatangi is drums.
Okay.
Yes.
So, got it.
So, Wahome Wamatiga asked the person who had come here, Gulf Power's General Manager, Norman Wanderi, to reveal the names behind the shareholders of Gulf Power. One of those shareholders of Gulf Power is a company called Gallant Power Limited, which is registered in Mauritius. Mr. Norman Wanderi said, honorable members, I don't have those details. I'll have to go back to the office to actually now get those details.
To get clarification.
Yeah, of who the owners of... I just know I work for a company called Gulf Power. The shareholders, the directors, mimi hapana nini. So Wamatinga was like, no, my friend, let me inform you that former Energy Cabinet Secretary Kiraitu Murongi, former Energy PS Patrick Nyoike, and Joseph Joroge, who was also a former Energy PS, are the directors of Gallant Power Limited, which is registered in Mauritius. He was informing the CEO after having asked him the question. Okay? The other members of this committee, Senators William Kipsang, Edwin Sifuna, Oburu Oginga, Sheikh Abbas, James Lomonen, Danson Mungatana, demanded that Gulf Power Limited's Managing Director, Francis Njogu, honors the summons to appear before the committee and not send anybody else. Okay? They're like, we have seen that the official sent here by Gulf Power is either not telling us the truth or is hiding some facts, since at the end of the day, he's not the top official of the company. Now, my issue, after reading these stories, I'm wondering, are these guys investigating the contracts or are they investigating the ownership? Because so what if these gentlemen are the directors of Gallant Power, which has invested in this company? So what? Does that mean that's... So what?
How many IPPs do you have in this country?
Many.
There are many. The ones that people think of, there are 6 that people talk about. Triumph, Gulf, Rabai Power, Ethika Power, Iber Africa Power, Savo Power. But the others. So...
Even Lake Turkana Wind Power.
If you really want to... I'm talking about the ones we started in 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
Okay? So, no, man, this story... Maybe we'll look at it in greater detail.
Maybe.
Let's look at it in greater detail.
7 a.m., time for the news.
Ruto has expressed great concern about the developing crisis after the country erupted in an apparent attempted coup on Saturday. President Ruto says that Kenya and IGAD states are available and ready to contribute to the resolution process. This as the government has activated an evacuation plan should the situation in Sudan worsen further. The Principal Secretary in charge of Diaspora Affairs, Roslyn Jogu, says the government has developed an appropriate response to assist Kenyans working and living in Sudan.
We are committed to ensuring that all Kenyans are safely rescued and brought home should the situation warrant it. However, we want to appeal to all Kenyans in Sudan to continue staying indoors. Kenya, we have been committed to the peace process, not just in Sudan, but in all of our neighbors, and we have been at the forefront of pushing for and advocating for peace.
The State Department for Diaspora Affairs also provided emergency contacts for Kenyans working and living in Khartoum. Kenyans in Sudan can reach out to the embassy through +249 900 194 854, while a local emergency contact that is +254 011 4757 002 for friends and relatives of Kenyans living in Sudan.
We have about 400 students in Khartoum. We do have a large number of Kenyans who work for multinationals and international organizations such as the UN and so on. We do have a number of domestic workers as well in Sudan. We are in the process of mapping what those demographics look like.
Now, President William Ruto has emphasized that his government will work with all leaders regardless of political affiliation. The head of state said that his government will include everyone, those who voted and those who did not vote for him. Speaking after hosting the Muslim community for Iftar dinner at State House, Ruto also said that the time for politicking is over and that it is now time for all leaders to unite for the benefit of Kenyans who elected them.
I will work with all the leaders that have been elected, irrespective of their political parties, because we want to have one people, one nation, and one destiny. Hii serikali mimi naendesha ni serikali ya Wakenya wote, wale waliopiga kura pande zote, kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo katiba yetu inavyosema.
At the event, the president also promised to address extrajudicial killings and the disappearance of people, an activity allegedly undertaken by the government. Mombasa Governor Abdul Somad Sharif Nasir had earlier urged the president to deal with the matter once and for all.
As a member of parliament for 2 terms, I had to see the faces of parents whose children had mysteriously disappeared. I had to explain to them the agony of
mambo ya extrajudicial killing. I made a commitment in the campaign trail that no mother, no parent, no Kenyan is going to experience the trauma of losing their loved ones in circumstances that cannot be explained by the government of Kenya.
And National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has encouraged Kenyans to embrace peace for the benefit of the nation's development.
As we come to the end of Ramadan, I want to urge Kenyans that the humility, the tranquility, the manner in which we have been each other's keeper through Ramadan should continue regardless of the season of our religious festivals.
Defending champion Evans Chebet powered to back-to-back victories in the Boston Marathon as Eliud Kipchoge's quest to add to his collection of major marathon titles ended in disappointment. In wet and windy conditions, 2022 champion Chebet took his time before surging away in the closing stages to become the first man to defend the Boston crown since compatriot Robert Kipkoech-Riot, who completed a hat-trick of victories between 2006 and 2008. Here is Evans Chebet after the race.
Today I'm happy because last year I ran, but last year is not rain, but this year a lot of rain. So I'm happy because I know this course very well, because I'm happy because I win last year and this year. So maybe next year I'll come back again.
In the women's category, Helen Obiri stormed to a brilliant victory in the women's race, winning a thrilling closing duel with Amani Beriso to take the title in only her second race over the distance. Congratulations to Team Kenya and all the participants at Boston. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Okay, it's packing up in many parts of the city this morning, and we're looking at Lunga Lunga doing the thing, and it's heavy in and outbound. Coming in off of Donholm, very heavy traffic, then connecting towards Outer Ring, and we're looking at Manyanja doing the same, coming out towards Jogo Road. It's heavy coming off North Airport Road, going out towards Outer Ring as well, and beyond that towards the Eastern Bypass. So this whole area is jam-packed with traffic, and it doesn't look like it's going to let up any time before 9 o'clock. We'll just keep an eye on things and see how that happens. On Gong Road this morning is also pretty busy. Tuesday morning with the rains coming down means there's traffic coming off from Gong Road, out from Kikuyu, in through towards Gitanga Road. And we're also looking at traffic coming off of James Gishuru, spilling over towards Wayaki Way this morning. It's busy on the Thika Superhighway, bumper to bumper, and some more is what it looks like. And then Kiambu Road is also doing that magic this morning of many lanes and just two in reality. Let's keep an eye and see what happens past 7 o'clock. Are you stuck somewhere this morning? Do let us know. Please be extra careful because the roads are slippery. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Conversation continues. A very good morning to you. 8 minutes after 7. Kenya's biggest conversation, Nduoko, is back from, where are you going to?
Just over the hill and far away. Ouagadougou.
Kind of Ouagadougou.
Not too far from Ouagadougou.
Ouagadougou. Okay. Oh, yeah. So she's back. Wait, we are going to have two guests sitting here shortly. Okay. So, Siti,
yes.
Before our guests come in, tell us why you chose Burkina Faso as the week's proverb.
You know, I decided that when we look at proverbs, I will go regionally, meaning, for instance, if you notice, we're in DRC, then we went to Congo-Brazzaville, before that we're in Tanzania. These are neighboring countries. So I moved from East Africa, moved a little bit towards the central, because Congo is a bit of Central Africa. Then I decided to go to West Africa. Okay? We're in Mali, if you recall.
Yes.
Now, Mali isn't really far away from Burkina Faso.
No.
But look, there is a book you've heard me mention every once in a while. It's a book I studied many years ago when I was studying literature. It's called God's Bits of Wood by Semben Osman. Now, that book, I don't know why it is, but there are books you read and somehow it sticks in your mind. It just sticks. It doesn't go anywhere. Now, this book talked about a West Africa that existed before all these many, many boundaries took shape, and a railway line that crisscrossed across West Africa. Now, it's this book. And then I also studied the history of West Africa. Okay? Now, when you combine the two, put it this way, that railway comes alive, the countries come alive. Now, the thing about the history, you are told about the magnificent splendor of some of these countries in a time gone by. And then you look at the shell of a country that they have become over time. And then you look at the number of leaders. It's a woeful tale of Africa. Burkina Faso epitomizes that woeful tale of what the continent is and what it is that the former colonizers managed to do to a country and a people. Reduced to a country that is best known just for the number of coups that they have had.
Sure.
And then with coups come poverty. Poverty of fantastic magnitude. I hope I've given you an indication of why it is that.
Yeah.
Yes, because I was looking, I'm saying, surely, given what this continent has and the promise it has, is the continent always going to be a continent of promise which is never realized? And Thomas Sankara, again, epitomizes this. The promise of a new generation of people who wanted to see change, and a promise that was cut short. So,
just like that.
It is. That is the reason why I chose Burkina Faso.
Okay.
It's very interesting because in terms of wealth, Burkina Faso is probably, again, one of the richest in West Africa with its mineral wealth. But that's not what you hear.
No.
You don't hear it. But there's merits about storytelling. And the stories that we tell about some of these our countries on the continent, very, very important how we tell those stories as well. Because we can tell the stories of war, and that's what will continue to compound a negative narrative. But we can also tell the stories of this hope. And look, I keep saying that development begets development. You can talk about the stuff that's actually happening, and that's what people get to know.
If you just do a comparative understanding of the histories of the countries in Africa and the countries in the West, okay? You're talking about, say, for instance, what we refer to as, say, the 10th or 11th century. The things that people in this region were doing, what they're doing with the metals, what they're doing with copper, what they're doing with iron, the civilizations that they had, just the things, how they went about their business, okay? The concept of what we call modern industry, and how it is that these people who are that advanced. Now, the tragedy is how, with the passage of time and colonization, these things were literally, deliberately extinguished. So that heritage becomes something in the distant past.
Yeah.
So you don't identify as an African with the things that represent the wonderfulness of your people. What you're left with is the wonderfulness of those who colonized you, and how it is the things that represent you were not as good as you think. And yet, history tells you the complete opposite.
Sure.
So, as I said, and that's why these proverbs make sense, because when you have that as a background, when you read the proverb, it more or less transports you to where it is these proverbs came from. What it is that led to people coming up with some of these things that they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay? Like there was one about Mali that I found particularly interesting, but I didn't mention it. Our guests have begun to arrive. So let me just mention it. This one is an interesting one from Mali. It says, when the slave trader preaches the Quran, it's time to watch over one's daughter.
When the slave trader preaches the Quran,
it's time to watch over one's daughter. That was a Malian proverb. Okay? So it means, and if you look at the country of Mali and you look at the country of Burkina Faso, they're predominantly Islamic countries. Yeah. Predominantly. A large portion of the religion that people practice in this country is Islam. Yes.
Okay, let me tell you about making money. Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank. Are you an individual, a business, or an organization that's looking to save or invest your funds for greater returns? Then Kingdom Bank is a solution. They're offering the best interest earnings accounts for your investment, earning up to 10% interest from as little as 50,000 shillings on the fixed call deposits for periods of 3, 6, or 12 months. So just put as little as 50,000 shillings and you start earning up to 10% interest. 3, 6, and 12 months. Visit any of the branches today of Kingdom Bank, or you can call them on 0709 881300. That's 0709 881300 for more information about the Kingdom Bank's fixed savings and junior savings account. Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank. It's the best way to go. Terms and conditions apply. Remember, it's a bank. It's regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. So, the other day, yesterday actually, we were reading a story, and it had also been announced over the weekend. On Friday, medics announced that they would down their tools in 12 counties starting tomorrow, the 19th of April. 8 unions, including the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union, KMPDU, the Kenya National Union of Nurses, KNUN, the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, the Kenya National Union of Pharmaceutical Technologists, the Kenya Health Professional Society, the Kenya Union of Nutritionists and Dietitians declared that their workers will not report to their workstations. In those counties, 12 counties, the workers were emphasizing that they were not necessarily planning to go on strike, but rather to demonstrate that they could not attend work due to lack of resources. Hasa sina bus fare, nitaingiaje kazini?
Ngumu.
Itakuwa ngumu. So you invited two of the leadership of two of those unions, the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union. Peterson Washira is the national chairman of the Union of Clinical Officers. Good morning, Peterson.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be back here. Yeah.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Now, to welcome you, you heard us talking about the proverbs. We were waiting for you to come in so that you can hear the day's proverb. This week's proverbs are from Burkina Faso. Today's proverb, City.
An axe does not cut the tree on its own.
An axe does not cut the tree on its own. Peterson, when you hear that proverb, how do you interpret it?
I think what that means is that though the axe is sharp and it has been made in a way that it should be able to cut, some outside forces must assist. And I think what that means in real life is that no matter how sharp or talented you may be, you require other people to help you and propel you to probably where you want to go. That would be my interpretation. Yeah.
City?
You know, the beauty of Proverbs is that every time you ask different people, they bring to light things that you may not even have considered when you're thinking about it. But it's right. The blade of the axe is what people talk about because it's the blade that cuts. Okay? The head, as we call it. But you have to attach that head to something else. And even when you attach it, it doesn't mean it's going to cut. There has to be a force behind it that pushes it towards the intended target for cutting. So if you look at, as Wanawashira has very correctly put it, there are many forces at play.
Right.
Yes.
You can't just climb on yourself, on your own.
Hardly. Even when people talk about being self-made people, it's. I'm not downplaying it. I'm just saying that there's a lot of effort that people make, and that effort gets you somewhere. But along the way, there are very many other people who have helped you get there.
The self is a sum of many.
Yes, it has to be.
Okay.
Yes.
Peterson, for the benefit of everybody who may not understand, what's the difference between a clinical officer and a doctor?
Wow. I think this is a question that we used to be asked like 10 years ago when many people did not understand there is a cadre called clinical officers. Though probably from where you grew up, you have actually been treated by ourselves until probably now when...
that person I was calling Daktari was actually a clinical officer.
That's a clinical officer.
Okay.
In every other outpatient in Kenya, including MTRH, the person you are going to meet first who has the capacity to diagnose you and treat you is a clinical officer. Usually you find the doctors in the inpatient, in the wards. So the difference is that we are primary physicians. We are supposed to see you first, and then the doctors are the secondary physicians, if I can put it like that. And of course, the difference is all the way from the academics, whatever we are trained in, of course, so that we are primary and doctors are secondary. But clinic officers have actually been in existence since 1928, when Kenyatta National Hospital was known as St. George. Was it?
Yes, it was.
King George. Yeah, King George Hospital.
Yes.
So when the white man started training blacks, they never believed that you can train a black to become a doctor. So they started by on-job training, and the nurses would be trained for an extra 1 year and become clinic officers to see the blacks. So later, then it moved from certificate to diploma, and now from the diploma to degree. And but now the clinical medicine now took root, and there are equivalents across the globe. Actually, the US and Europe learned from Kenya, and that is how they were able to establish the primary, the physician assistant in US. Right now they have around 600,000, and the physician associate in Europe. And we have analogs, the equivalents across the globe. We actually have an association for the analogs across the globe. Yes.
So you say even in training there's a difference?
Yeah, there is a difference between a clinical officer and a doctor.
What's the difference in terms of training?
There's
What does a clinical officer study?
Or what don't you study?
It's basically the same thing. It's only that the doctors will go for 6 years, while clinical officers go for 5 years. When it comes to surgery, the doctors are advanced than the clinical officers.
Okay.
But you also taught surgery?
We do surgery. We actually do minor and some of the invasive surgery. But now the doctors go a step ahead of the clinical officer, so that when you're primary, then they can be the secondary.
Okay.
Yes.
But let me just understand this. When people refer to health care practitioners, whether it's a clinical officer, whether it is a nurse of whatever cadre, the impression that one gets is that they are looked at as adjunct to doctors or to, yes. Are these separate professions? Meaning, if you're a medical doctor, you're a medical doctor. If you're a clinical officer, it's a different profession. If you're a nurse, it's a different profession. Just like if you're a bus driver, it's a different profession, like that.
Precisely. In the medical field, a patient requires over 17 health professionals. And each of the profession is a standalone profession.
17?
Not dependent on the other. Yes. We have from the doctor, the clinical officer, the nurse, we have the physiotherapist, we have the laboratory officers, we have the pharmacist.
Dietitian.
All the way, dietitian, nutritionist, you have the public health officer.
Lab technician.
Up to the mortician.
Where?
Oh yeah, that
guy is also a healthcare provider.
Death care.
They have actually started a course, I think, in MTC for morticians.
Yes, they have.
Yes.
We talked about it here, and the report was that there are more women who applied for that particular...
For the job of mortician.
Yes,
for the training for morticians.
Yeah.
Okay. Karibu sana Peterson. Dr. Davji Atela is the National General Secretary of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union. He also joins us in the conversation. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning to you.
Asante sana for joining us. Now, your two unions are among those that have said that workers in some counties across the country are going to not report to work tomorrow. Is that correct?
That's very correct.
Okay. Let's start with you, Peterson.
Very affirmative.
Yes. Which counties are these and why?
We have 12 counties. I think by today we are having 11 counties. Kisii having paid yesterday.
And I think Laikipia too.
And also Laikipia.
Murang'a and Nyeri, so we have about 8 of them.
8. And these are the counties that have not paid up to the March salary. And why we have decided this is because this is something that we have been complaining about since the inception of devolution of healthcare. And we have reached a point where we believe that it has been fashioned so. It is not by default. It is not inadvertent. It is something that have been fashioned for whichever interest. There are counties that have become notorious, some even keeping salaries for even 3 months. But almost all the counties, they do not pay deductions, the third-party deductions and other deductions on time, which of course now negatively affects our members in terms of their capacity to get the services from NHIF to be able to repay their loans. So some of them will be paid because they only pay the net and they don't pay the deductions for the loans. Then the bank is going to come for the money in your account.
So they deduct from your salary, but they don't remit to the relevant agencies.
Yes.
They don't remit to NHIF, to KRA, to your SACCOs, to bank, if you have a loan and such.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Peterson, you said something that's very interesting. You said that they're keeping the salaries, right? So one would almost imagine that the money is available, but for some reason they do not want to pay. Dr. Davji has said that as of yesterday, 4 counties have paid. In the morning, the number was at 12. By the end of the day, the number was at 8. So it sounds as though when there is a call for the downing of tools, the money then is suddenly available. Do you smell a rat here? Is there just a lack of willingness to pay these salaries, or is there actually a cash problem?
Actually, that's why I'm saying it has been fashioned to be so. It is not that they don't have the money. If you are talking about a delay in salaries, how comes they never delayed the salaries for the civil servants at the national level? You saw the MPs complain, I think, for a day. And the next day now they were competing who has checked the account and to check whether the money is in there. So we don't believe that it's an availability of money. It is that for whichever reason, there are people who are holding this money. And even, I'm sure today you'll see some other counties paying.
Why would they want to do that, Dr. Jaff? Why would they want to hold money that's supposed to be paying the salaries of the staff of folks who are so critical to a county? Why? Why would they want to do that?
I think it's the priority that counties have, and that is really affecting this issue of salaries. And we believe that if counties prioritize healthcare workers and healthcare in general, then the delays will not be occasioned. Because it is very difficult to understand why a county like Nakuru will be paying the workers by 22nd or 23rd of every month. Another county like Taveta will be perennially paying the month or 1 month after the other. Like also Kisumu, you saw like they pay February salaries in April. So I think it's the priority and a deliberate actions. And I will say one thing is that the county governments actually using the healthcare workers as the bargaining chips when they're discussing the inefficiency between them and the national government. Because then they know that when there's a shutdown in healthcare, then I think they can now bargain more. So generally, it's a deliberate thing that they are doing. And that's why we are calling that it is not proper to say that healthcare is essential and healthcare workers need to be at work, but they can't be supported and facilitated to do so. That's what made us to actually give a notice. It is not a strike notice, it's a walkout notice. And we gave the 7-day notice because it is legal. The actions that are coming in between them is the same. The only difference is that with walkouts, we don't negotiate. You just get out of work and you wait for the monies to hit your account, and your bank statements become the return to work formula that tells you there's now money, you can now go back to work.
Voila.
But then, Daktari, in all fairness, are other county workers being paid? When you say that the healthcare workers are not receiving their salary, are they the only ones? The number of healthcare workers in the county forms about 80% of the workforce in the counties. So it then means that if there's a delay in payment of salaries in the counties, of those populations, the numbers that total to healthcare workers is around 80. So the bigger majority, and that's why the impact is big. And then they do not have any other source of income apart from going to work to these particular facilities, and because you're expected to be at work at 8 to 5 and some on call and all those durations. They don't have another source of income.
They don't have other sources of income.
Doctors in counties don't have locums.
They don't have. There are no locums currently actually anywhere for sure. Yes.
You know, City is surprised when you say 80% of county workforce is healthcare.
Yes.
I'm trying to do a little arithmetic, and I'm wondering 80%. Then I realize he's right.
Because of the hospital, all the health facilities that we see.
If you take the Waweru's description of the healthcare workers, there are many. There are very many. There are very many. You look at, there is no county government unit that has many branches as the healthcare. If you look at the clinics, if you look at the different levels of healthcare facilities across the county, then you look at all the people in all those, there are many.
And by healthcare workers, we're talking about everybody who's working in a health facility.
Yes.
Including the support staff.
Yes.
There are many.
Okay. So the question is, the issue here is that counties are not able to pay salaries. They're delaying salaries for as long as 3 months.
It's not an aspect of inability. It's an aspect of the deliberate attempt not to pay, because devolution has been there for 10 years. It's just this year that we saw the parliamentarians and the senators saying that, the state officers in general, saying it's the first time since independence that they're seeing delays in salaries, and those were 3-4 days delays. But for the last 10 years in the devolution of healthcare, we've been having issues of salary delays. It has been in almost every county. We've had over 100 preventable strikes because salaries have delayed. And that's why, as unions, we sat and agreed that as much as we are calling for these salaries to be paid by 19th, in the coming months, we're going to have what we call a permanent strike notice of 5th. That means every 5th of every month, as per the Labour Relations Act, the workers need to be paid so that they can be at work. And if any county will fail to have paid by 5th, then they should not expect workers by 6th.
I'm asking us a direct question.
Yeah.
And yet you're saying, refuse or to. To the best of your understanding, I mean, you are now a national official.
Yes.
Are county governments able to pay salaries?
They're able to pay. I want to give you a practical example.
Okay.
In the year 2017, 2015 to 2017, Nakuru County had perennial salary delays. Salaries were paid, like for February, will be paid in April. It was every time. But when there was a change of guard, that is in 2017, there was a new governor. There was no salary delay for the 5 years. When this new governor has come to office, there's no salary delay. So it all goes with the leadership and the governance and the deliberate will of the person in office to actually prioritize healthcare workers. And if that fails to be there, then we see the situation that we have. And this also not only goes with salaries, even the implementations of these collective bargaining agreements, promotions of healthcare workers, and even recruitments, is also in that line. If a person who is in office has no priority to healthcare, because they don't consume it within the counties, then you realize that the operations actually are not as expected. Yes.
Let's take a break. Ndu has a question. She'll ask it after this break. Ndu, while you are away, more and more episodes of Second Family were uploaded on Showmax.
I must catch up.
Hey, I'm telling you, drama from episode number 1. Second Family is Kenya's first telenovela on Showmax. It's a very beautiful story of two families. There's a family and then there's a second family, okay? Ian Bogwa, the actor, the thespian, celebrated thespian, he's actually starring in this one. Things, man. Hey. Well, if you haven't watched it, well, go to Showmax, look for it, watch it. If you don't have Showmax, go to showmax.com, look at the subscriptions that they have, choose your package, subscribe, and start watching. Kenya's first telenovela on Showmax, Second Family. 27 minutes to 8, back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The drizzle continues in parts of Nairobi at 16, highs of 23, and we'll see lows of 15. It's 13 and sunny in Nakuru for some parts, highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 24 in a cloudy Nyeri at 16. It's 12 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 23. It'll go to highs of 28 in a cloudy Mombasa at 25, and at 26 it's mostly cloudy in Malindi with highs of 30. It's 19 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 26 in a sunny Kakamega at 17. It's 18 in Kampala Kampala, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 26 today. In a mostly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 24. 10 degrees and mostly cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 33 in a clear Lagos at 27 is 23, and partly cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 23. All right, so we're looking at North Airport Road today, an absolute mess. There's inbound traffic and very heavy. Folks are thanking Kenha for adding some bumps to the Eastern Bypass because voila, back to the days of traffic. And it doesn't look pretty at all. It's bumper to bumper, and everybody plus your grandmother and their pet are out today. And so that bumper to bumper situation is likely to get a little bit worse as we see the rains coming down in some parts. It's also still pretty heavy on Jogo Road, and now Landis Road is taking on some of that. Kamkunji at the roundabout through into the city is also very heavy. It's bumper to bumper on Kiambu Road. The same thing on the Thika Superhighway. Coming in from Limuru Road today, really crazy. Ruwaka is giving this morning, and traffic coming off the Northern Bypass is not letting up at all. It's heavy coming off James Gishuru through towards Wayaki Way, and we're looking at everywhere you look this morning with some traffic. So let's keep an eye on things. Where might you find a good route? Do tell. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM,
Okay,
Nairobi.
It's 23 minutes to 8. The conversation continues with the leadership of the Doctors' Union and the Clinical Officers' Union in the country.
One must ask, though, one must wonder, then if truly there was a cash crunch problem, as it were, because we're really trying to get to the heart of the matter here, then how is it that some 4 counties then were able to pay folks yesterday during the work day, right? And then do we get the feeling that because health workers, whether you're looking at the whole cadre from doctors down to lab technicians, across board, is it that there is a general feeling that, okay, well, these fellas have gone to school, right? But they also have a moral obligation to serve the people who may be sick. And so they will be the first ones that we can essentially throw under the bus if we have a money problem. That they may think that you're not likely to complain too much because in as much as you have professional capacity, you have a moral obligation. I'm looking for reasons as to why you would be the first ones to not be paid when there's a problem with cash flow.
I think you've put it so well on the aspect of the moral authority, and they say you have offering essential services, you've taken an oath of service. But there's a whole aspect of every person when they make these decisions or when they think in these directions of healthcare workers, they stop to think that these are human beings who actually ought to pay bills. And we've seen many incidences where because of the societal expectations of a doctor or a clinical officer or a nurse in the society, you expect it to be somebody who can even be sick. So probably these may be making with some of the reasons that why these things happen, and that's why we have made a resolution not to keep quiet and to allow such immoral thoughts to continue, to the point that they need to know, and it needs to be known that the matters of work, and that is the employees, and the matters of employer have to be resolved as per the law. And there's an Labor Act regarding that. Therefore, if you are not paid, regardless of the services you're going to offer in those hospitals, you will not have the ability. If you don't pay the rent, the landlord will not understand that you are a doctor, and therefore you don't need to pay the salaries to pay the rent. You go to petrol stations just by saying you're a doctor or a clinical officer. Will not make them fuel your car. Yes, you'll have to pay. And even if you have a child and the school fees needs to be paid, you must actually have the money to pay. And therefore, if your employer does not pay you and does not consider when they will pay you, it is impossible to be at work. What you have is that skills to offer the services. So when you withhold it, then you actually enforce them to see that you are also a person that need to be treated with dignity.
Yeah, and maybe to add on to that, you know, it's very dangerous to be treated by a frustrated and stressed worker, especially healthcare worker. And I hope that is not their perspective, because as he has said, a calling does not pay bills. So the reason as to why I'm saying it's very dangerous for a healthcare worker, you can imagine this is somebody who is supposed to have a clarity of mind so that they can listen to you, they can diagnose you. But if this person is frustrated and stressed, they are having mental issues, this person is clouded. They are going to misdiagnose you. And so it's not a problem of medics only. It's also a problem of the patient who is going to be seen. And you know, we may be focusing probably on medics a lot, but we're also forgetting that this money is also meant to purchase consumables and equipment and other things that we use to diagnose patients and to take care of patients. Right now, in most of the counties, even those which have paid, because most of them have paid using probably overdrafts from some banks, they are not able to purchase drugs, they are not able to purchase reagents. And so anybody who is even appearing to us, you're appearing to a frustrated healthcare worker, then they are going to send you outside to a private laboratory to carry out the tests. And then once they do their prescription, you have to run to that chemist outside the hospital to purchase. And so even the cost of healthcare now goes high, because these people have to dig deep in their pockets to be able to purchase healthcare. And further, that means that those who cannot be able to afford are going to suffer from complications, compounding the whole issue. So it's a whole spectrum. And that is why I think my brother Davji is saying there is a problem with prioritization of health as an essential service. Because when we classify any sector as essential, then it means the country cannot let it even be interrupted for even an hour, because it has devastating effects. But the problem with our country is that our leadership does not seem to care if health-wise people are going to suffer, even if you are going to die, because themselves, they do not consume health services from our public health system. And that is why we have been proposing that it should be in a regulation or law somewhere that once elected, you must consume health care from the public health facilities in your locality.
All state officers should consume public services.
Yes.
Matatu, public school, public hospital.
Unfortunately, we don't have
public transport system. They use matatu until they can now see the need.
It would make perfect sense. By the way, what you're saying may sound strange, but that actually was the case. There is a time when the very same thing you're saying. Yes, the schools that everybody went to were public schools. The hospitals people went to were public hospitals.
Yes.
That's where you sought healthcare. So it is not something that has not been done.
Very true.
Yes.
Actually, when I was growing up, you know, we really trusted the public healthcare system.
Yes.
That whenever you needed to go to hospital, even if you would go to a private clinic, you had to go to a public health facility so that they can confirm you actually treated right. Nowadays, it's the opposite.
It's the other way around.
We actually don't go there.
I want to ask a question to you, Dr. Davji. You said there are 8 counties that have yet to pay healthcare workers by this morning. What are these 8 counties?
We have Kisumu. We have Taita Taveta. We have Mombasa. We have Vihiga. Then we have also Embu, which has not paid the statutory deduction for healthcare workers for over 1 year. So it means that even any penny that goes to the accounts of those workers are deducted by the banks or circles, anything that they have signed on. Yes.
There are more. So Kisumu, Taita Taveta, Mombasa, Vihiga, Embu. You may get the list of the others. Because I'm looking at it from this angle. So we know that governors have been saying they haven't received their revenue share from the National Treasury for the last 3 months. right? January, February, March. There are counties that are able to mobilize on-source revenue that can afford to pay salaries.
Yes.
There are counties, that's a question, that you think their own on-source revenue from what they've reported previously is actually insufficient to cover paying salaries.
That's a good question generally, but then we want to look at it in terms of the country, in the distribution of the counties that have paid and the counties that have not paid. If we, for example, look at Kisumu in terms of the on-source revenue and you compare it to Turkana that has paid, then that becomes an absolute insolent question, because it clearly looks at the aspect of priority, because Kisumu, in terms of its capacity and the ability to generate on-source revenue, is much higher. The same to Mombasa, for that matter. So that's why we always end up saying, what is the priority? And yesterday, when we were on TV with the governor, he says there's a budgeting process that will make on-source revenue be moved to pay the salaries. So it's an issue of there's a bureaucratic processes that are involved here for them to actually pay. So sometimes when you take these particular drastic actions against the payments, that's when they now have to sit down long hours to make sure that it's paid. Many counties will say they've gone on overdrafts and the likes, but we are saying one thing, and these are calls that we've made. It is 10 years, and some governors have been in the office for 10 years. Some have been, we've seen the first lot of governors, we're seeing new ones, and they claim and they say there's a problem from the exchequer to pay the salaries. Then why do they cling and say that they must have healthcare workers within them? They're saying that they have reached the ceiling point, the ceiling budget as per the Public Finance Act, and they cannot employ any more healthcare workers. They cannot operationalize healthcare as required. Then why do they want to stick to have these healthcare workers? Because it is like a conduit. You get money from, as per the explanation, you get money from the exchequer, put it in your account, and then transfer to the worker's account. Then what is the problem if these people are paying directly? Because the people who have made it impossible to have centralized functional health service commission or health workers is actually the governors, because they want that, they claim they want the power to hire and fire. So it's more of an ego issue with them. But then why would you have that when you actually know that it's not working? And that goes to what my brother said. The problem persists because most governors have a lot of theoretical knowledge on how healthcare should work and the way they are going to change it when they're campaigning and with their manifestos. But when they come to the office, they become washimiwa, who then do not have understanding of what is happening in those facilities. They will just know that we have reached this budget, we cannot move anymore, we can't employ any more doctors, any more healthcare workers, but they don't look at it that at service provision efficient in those facilities, because themselves they don't just consume it, their families, the MCAs, the chief officers, all of them, they got we call them high-end insurances, medical covers that guarantees them to go to the best facilities in the country
or outside.
And outside the country. And since I want to tell you that Kenya has the best private care, like almost the best in Africa. I think it's just second to South Africa. It's better than even Egypt and all the other countries. The private care. Private care. In fact, some of the conditions that are referred to India are not referred because they can't be done here. It's because the cost is high.
Let me just pause for a second, Dr. Yeah. When you say care, is it in terms of facilities we have or the human resource capacity that we have, or is it both?
It is the investment in the private hospitals, and that's why we see that the public doesn't work. The public doesn't work because it's deliberate effort to make it not to work. It's just like what we always say, when there's a problem with water system across, we say we start bottling water. When there is a problem with education, it's made to have a problem. We have so that we can have academies. In the same way, Vision 2030 actually policy put it there that you want to have healthcare in Kenya fully privatized by 2030. So they will make sure that there are no employment of doctors and healthcare workers in the hospitals. They'll make sure that there are no drugs, and if the 80% of the patients that go to those facilities, they get frustrated and they say, no, let's privatize this healthcare. So it is a deliberate effort to actually have that happen, because I can tell you, most of the presidents across African countries will come to private facilities in Kenya. Because the investment is higher in the private hospitals. And there's increased privatization. Yes.
And a lot of that money is coming directly from NHIF. Okay.
In fact, you put it very well. Let me tell you, the funny thing is, the government is giving private insurance 120 billion every year. and we are saying they've defunded NHIF, but these private insurances, there's none of them that is covering anybody who's going to public hospitals.
Yeah.
This money all goes to private facilities. So there's no any effect that the government will expect the public facilities to operate where there's no investment in them.
So I hear you to be saying that the government is deliberately killing its own hospitals.
Yes.
It is. And now that we are discussing challenges with finances at the county level, maybe probably we can even go broader. And what is the impact? Let's start from the point, do we actually need the National Treasury to be sending money to the counties only for the counties to pay the workers? Why not pay directly? And actually counties are suffering negatively because like now you have to take overdrafts. You pay with interest. You don't pay KRA. Then when you're paying with interest and NHIF and the others. So money that were meant for development in healthcare and other areas goes into interest for paying these loans.
Banks.
But if we could just be able to pay directly from the treasury, then you overcome that. And the other problem is that when health was devolved, you remember we had a protracted strike in 2013.
Yep.
And simply what we were saying, we were not saying don't devolve us. We were saying, can you give us some more time? Can you develop some frameworks so that we can have effective management of human resources by the time we are devolving? Now, we devolved in a hurry. We were told the train had left. I don't know where the train was going. But we were told that the train had left and we had to go to the devolution way. And of course we had to, because it's the government. But now, we are seeing the consequences. As he is saying, there's the PFM Act. There is, I think, is it the 3565?
There's a limit.
Yes, of the recurrent.
Yep.
All the counties have reached that ceiling. And so, they will tell you that they have shortage of clinical officers, of doctors, of nurses, but they cannot be able to employ. If you look at some of our projections, like in the Ministry of Health, first in 2013, our CS of Health, CS Masharia, attended the WHO Conference of Human Resources for Health. In that conference, he said one of the biggest challenges with the healthcare in Kenya is the human resource. He signed a commitment, which is available, that from 2013 to 2017, he would employ 12,000 healthcare workers each year. Further to that, in 2014, the ministry developed a very good document called the Staffing Norms and Standards. In the Staffing Norms and Standards, it gave a projection by 2018 of the numbers we needed per each of the cadre. And for clinical officers, it is said by the year 2018, we required 16,000 in the public healthcare system for the basic services to run. Basic services. By 2018, we only had around 6,000 clinical officers. By today, we only have 8,000, against 16,000 that we were supposed to have had in 2018. And this is because after devolution, they're only given the monies for salary. Actually, mostly they are not given, but whatever goes to them is only for the salary for those who are already employed. So they don't have the capacity to employ more. And now you can see the national government even had to come in and employ, like the UHC staff. We have over 9,000 staff employed by the national government sent to counties. And it's because of the problem with financing of healthcare under the counties. And there also seems to be some friction between the counties and the national government when it comes to giving finances to devolved to devolution. And I don't want to say that it seems like they are killing devolution.
Yeah, I'm saying it directly.
But
what else can you say?
But whatever they are doing,
if it walks like a duck,
they are really killing. And I can assure you, if we continue with this trajectory, in the next 5 to 10 years, the public health system will have died completely. Kenyans will either have to go to the private facilities, and if they don't have that capacity.
Mr. Weru, right now, if you Washira, so why am I calling you Weru?
Probably I look like Weru.
No, I know why.
You were treated by our Weru sometime.
No, I know why.
Okay.
I was thinking of care, of caring. Yes. The If you look at the public healthcare system right now, how alive is it?
It's in ICU bed.
Yeah, I think I want to agree that there's, I would say, deliberate administrative inefficiency. You know, we may blame counties, we may blame national government, but the end result is that when you go to the hospitals, you can't get care. And the impact that we see every day. Look at the case, for example, of Mukumu girls. We have a scenario where there's an outbreak. It's an outbreak of E. coli and salmonella typhi. These are normal conditions that will be treated in a dispensary, but we see it claiming lives. We see
dispensary.
We see dispensary. We see a lab request being sent to Kimri, and the result coming days after this particular people who samples were taken have died.
A week later.
You get the point. That shows the way the healthcare is dysfunctional, actually, in entirety. It's sad for those particular families. But the reality comes in because the middle class, we feel like we have insurance covers, just like the state officers. So therefore, we do not feel like we will be going to the public facilities. But you don't know when you will land there. For example, when you get an accident, when you go to Masai Mara, the first place you land in is Narok Country Referral Hospitals. When your child is in any school, when they get issues, the first place they run to is those particular facilities. So if the public doesn't work, we are ready to actually suffer. We will say that if there's a break in healthcare, you must be ready to be heartbroken.
Isn't this the issue though? Because we could look at it as a money issue, but it goes a lot deeper than that. Money is the fuel for this particular engine. But we're saying right now that the engine is broke.
Yes.
And broke, I don't mean moneyless, I mean broke as in broken.
Yes.
Because you can have money, but if the structure itself is faulty, no matter how much money you pump into it, it's not going to work. The very function or the very infrastructure of the health system in the country is compromised. The question, though, is that these CBAs that have been fought, the last one, the one that we are currently in for health workers, these are some of the things that you mention. In like the current CBA is one of the things that you mention. What is it going to actually take to make it work? Because I look at Kenyatta National Hospital, the private wing is spectacular. Just as an example, that many people will be able to take their patients to the private wing at KNH, but we take issue with the public part of the same hospital. Let's not even talk about going into counties of the same hospital. So what is the problem and how can it actually be fixed?
The reality is that healthcare can never be free. And this is a fact that happens in the country if the government does not invest in healthcare by allocating the necessary budgetary allocation for it, as per their budget declaration, at least 15%, where we are about 4.4 now as a country. Then the public must pay for it. And when that happens, it means that when you go to the facilities, for example, in the KNH, private, public sides, or in the public facilities, there are some care that you will need that probably are going to cost. And therefore, they will refer you to the private aspect of it, mostly the counties, because they cannot offer those services. And this is because they have not invested in them. And that's why the first thing is that if you guys talk about the universal health care, as it is being said that we want every Kenyan to access health care regardless of the socio-economic status, then the government must deliberately invest in the health care. But I can tell you that is not going to happen. It's more of a dream. If we continue empowering more of a private sector to actually grow faster. Because you see, one thing happens with any private sector. When government funds the private sector, because like it is now, the government is funding the private sector, and the people running the private sector are the policymakers in the government. So it will be deliberate to have public not work. So with that case, the cost of care will always just increase. You saw yesterday in the Nation newspaper that today the cost of, for example, some of the drugs have increased 1,000-fold. So if you are going to get these drugs, it means you have to look how do I get funds for this? So that's the reality.
It's a very unfortunate reality, and well, let's see, if these 8 counties will have paid by the end of the day, it means that the workers will report to work tomorrow. Those that haven't paid, the workers in those counties are not going to report tomorrow. That's basically the message that we are getting from you this morning.
Absolutely.
Any county going forward that does not pay its workers by the 5th On the 6th, the workers do not report.
Yes.
Will be working
The formula is money in your account.
Yes.
Okay. We've heard from them, the leadership of the healthcare workers. Dr. Dev G. Atela is the Secretary General of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union. Peterson Washira is the National Chairman of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Keeping here for more conversations. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Nizo. I'm Dennis Aseto. Police in Malindi have been allowed to detain controversial pastor for 14 days to allow them complete investigations. These will allow investigators to complete probe into the preacher's alleged cult-like activities believed to lead to the death of 4 and hospitalization of 11 others.
Paul Ndenge Mackenzie and a police bond that the court had earlier issued and directed that he be released pending the investigations is hereby cancelled. Suspects 1 to 7 to remain in police custody for 14 days pending the completion of the investigations. 30 days is too much.
7 more followers of the cult were rescued in Shakahola village in Malindi. The Nairobi County has announced immediate changes to the board at the Mama Lucy Hospital moments after a disturbing video of a 26-year-old woman giving birth on the floor of the hospital attracted widespread condemnation. Listening.
Mama Lucy sio hospitali. Nishike mama mwenye amezaa. Nani amesema? Nishike mama mwenzangu. Kama nadhani nimzalishe kwa hospitali ya government. Hapa.
The doctor on call is said to have immediately recommended an ultrasound to validate the lack of fetal heartbeat and informed the patient and the relatives that the baby was already dead. In the new changes, Dr. Bernard Gituma takes over as the medical superintendent while Dr. Emma Mutio, the initial holder, has been posted to Pumwani Hospital as a specialist. Now, normal operations resumed at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport following an earlier disruption caused by the stalling of a Singapore airline cargo aircraft on the runway. Transport CS Kipchumba Murkomen said that the technical teams drawn from the Kenya Airports Authority, Kenya Airways, Kenya Civil Aviation Authority and other agencies successfully removed the aircraft from the runway. The Singapore airline cargo aircraft B747-400 aborted takeoff from the JKIA when its engine caught fire, leading to 11 tires being punctured, forcing a temporary closure of the runway. And Land CAS Commander Nyeri has been disarmed after he shot and injured one man in a dramatic incident in Nakuru. This was as he confronted a group of about 100 people on a disputed piece of land. Rift head of DCI Francis Wanjau confirmed that they confiscated a Seska pistol from Nyeri. Following the drama, here's the drama. Now, defending champion Evans Chebet powered to back-to-back victories in the Boston Marathon as Eliud Kipchoge's quest to add to his collection of major marathon titles ended in disappointment. In wet and windy conditions, 2022 champion Chebet took his time before surging away in the closing stages to become the first man to defend the Boston crown since compatriot Robert Kipkoech completed a hat-trick of victories between 2006 to 2008. Chebet finished in a time of 2 hours, 5 minutes and 54 seconds, with Tanzanian Gabriel Gaye finishing second in 2 hours, 6 minutes and 4 seconds, and Kenyan Benson Kipruto third in 2 hours, 6 minutes and 4 seconds. Here is Evans Chebet after the race.
Today I'm happy because last year I ran, but last year is not rain, but this year a lot of rain. So I'm happy because I know this course very well, because I'm happy because I win last year and this year. So maybe next year I'll come back again. Coach and manager, you told me go Boston with Benson because I will train with Benson. I'll stay in camp. So I know training is good.
In the women's category, Helen Obiri stormed to a brilliant victory in the women's race, winning a thrilling closing duel with Amani Beriso to take the title in only her second race over the distance. Obiri, a two-time world champion over 5,000 meters, surged home in 2 hours, 21 minutes and 38 seconds to see off the challenge of Ethiopia's Beriso over the final mile. Beriso took second in 2 hours, 21 minutes and 50 seconds, while Israel's Lona Salpeter took third in 2 hours, 21 seconds and 21 minutes and 57 seconds. I'm Dennis Asedo. Good morning.
What's this? Likoni Road, and it's also connecting from Lunga. In and outbound traffic is quite heavy. Some of it is spilling over to Enterprise and then connecting with Mombasa Road. And then you've got traffic that's going out towards North Airport Road and spilling over to Outer Ring. That's what it looks like on this eastern side of the city. Then going towards the eastern bypass, that whole mess is happening. Jogo Road, which is coming off Manyanja Road, feeding off of Kangunda Road, as well as Juja Road. Heavy getting into the city. Bumper to bumper is what we're looking at. Traffic on the Thika Superhighway over the Utali Drift and then out towards the Pangani underpass, and it's starting to get heavier on Kiambu Road right about now. James Gishoro, there it is. Traffic over the drift as well. Going towards Wayaki Way, heavy traffic coming into Westlands and into the city. Via Limuru Road, where Ruaka is still giving, heavy traffic coming in from Kitisuru out towards the village market and then on to the United Nations Avenue out into the city. Okay. Everywhere you look, guys, there's traffic this morning. Let's keep an eye on things and see what happens as it gets closer to 9 o'clock. Any bits and bobs of bumps, let us know. Spice FM, KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to the third hour of The Situation Room. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We broadcast on Spice FM every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We are on KTN Home for 2 hours between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. But we are also live streaming the show throughout from 6 to 10 on YouTube and Facebook. If you miss any conversation at any time during the day because, of one reason or another, just catch up with those conversations on YouTube. Go to Spice FM. That's a channel name, Spice FM. And you'll find the conversations. You can also follow us on Twitter at Spice FM KE and Facebook Spice FM KE, Instagram Spice FM KE, TikTok Spice FM KE. Are you looking to grow your wealth? Well, you have some money, let's say from any amount from 50,000 shillings, 50,001 shilling, 50,010 bob, 51,000, 100,000, a million, 2 million, 10 million, 15 million, 70 million, a billion. Or you're the one of those CEOs for banks who have got some bonus of 50 million shillings bonus for working 1 year and you're still earning a salary and you're looking, so 50 million ifanya nini, nimenunua mashamba imeisha, gari ni ya kampuni. So nifanya nina hii pesa. Take it to Kingdom Bank. Okay? They have some very good interest rate on your savings and they give you up to 10% interest for all your savings on the fixed or call deposits for periods of 3, 6 or 12 months. And if you'd like to get more information, just walk into any branch of Kingdom Bank or call them on 0709 881300. 0709 881300 for more information. Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank. Terms and conditions apply. Kingdom Bank is registered and regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. Sitting. The day's proverb tafadhali.
Indeed. Yes, for those who are just participating in the show for the first time, our proverbs for the whole of this week are from the country of Burkina Faso. An axe does not cut the tree on its own.
An axe does not cut the tree on its own.
It doesn't.
It cuts the tree
on its own.
And the interpretation by Peterson was interesting.
Yes.
You know, where he said, well, it basically means that you as an axe, sharp as you are, made for cutting trees as you have, you need someone to actually swing you onto that tree. Otherwise, kazibure, don't work.
You can't swing on your own, can you?
You really can't. You need, so an axe does not cut the tree on its own. So there's a story that is in the papers today.
Yes,
and
it
we looked
is.
at it when we were looking at the newspaper review, and we said, let's discuss it in greater detail.
Yes.
Please start from the top.
This is a story on page 4 and 5 of the Star. President Ruto moves to stop erratic county taxes. That's how it is headlined. And I said this headline is misleading. Okay? Now, the bill has been proposed. There's a bill. County Government's Revenue Raising Bill 2023. Okay? Let me just read the key highlights to this bill. Finance CECs to submit tax proposals to CRA and Treasury. Okay?
Okay.
Proposed tax to be submitted 10 months to the start of a new year. CRA to review CEC proposals, submit to Treasury within 30 days. National Treasury to make recommendations within 90 days. No arbitrary grant of waivers or taxes, levies or fees or a charge. Counties may engage Kenya Revenue Authority as collecting agent. Committee to be formed to review existing taxes.
Okay, read the story.
This is the story.
Okay.
This bill is sponsored by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah. It provides that counties first submit proposed taxes, fees, levies, or any charge to the National Treasury and the Commission of Revenue Allocation for approval. According to the county government's revenue raising process, Bill 2023, counties would have to explain to the Treasury and CRA why they're imposing a tax, levy, fee, or charge. The Commission shall review the proposal submitted and submitted to the National Treasury within 1 month upon receipt, the bill reads. The proposed law grants sweeping powers to the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary, who would be the ultimate determiner of whether counties should change a particular levy. The National Treasury may consult any other state organ or interested persons on the proposal, the proposed law states. At the same time, revenues that county governments presently charge will be reviewed by a committee to be formed of MPs if MPs enact the law. The Interagency Transitional Committee to review the taxes, charges and fees shall consist of the National Treasury, CRA, Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, Council of Governors and KRA. The committee to exist for 2 years shall review the taxes, charges and fees envisioned in the consultation with the public and make recommendations on allowable list of such taxes, charges and fees to the Cabinet Secretary for consideration. Everything ends with the Cabinet Secretary. The bill reads, the review would affect parking fees, market fees, health facility fees, license fees charged by the devolved units. A county government may not exercise its power in terms of Articles 209 or 2010 of the Constitution to impose tax, levy fee or any other charge in a way that materially or unreasonably prejudices national economic policies, economic activities across country boundaries, or national mobility of goods, services, capital, or labor. The bill reads, in this respect, a county seeking to impose a fee or levy would ensure the fee doesn't exceed the cost providing the respective services. County governments would also have to get prior approval before granting any tax or fee waivers to their respective revenue sources. No tax or licensing fee, including a fine or penalty, may be waived or varied except as provided by the legislation. The bill reads, the move comes as the government is seeking to harmonize tax laws to not only show up revenues but also avoid punitive laws that threaten tax compliance. Whoa, okay. When approving the legislation recently, the cabinet said the bill was recommended by the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council. The dispatch by government stated that the bill would provide safeguards to enhance the ease of doing business within the nation by eliminating arbitrary introduction of taxes, fees, and levies.
So IBEC recommended this.
So this article says.
Okay. Who sits in IBEC? IBEC is the national government and the county government sitting to talk about
and it's
budgets.
chaired by the?
It's chaired by the Deputy President.
Yes.
Other members include the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury.
Yes.
The governors.
Yes.
The finance officers from the counties.
CRA, International Relations Technical Committee.
The Intergovernmental Technical Relations Committee.
Yes.
Those are the ones that sit there. So they sat and they looked at the arbitrary imposition of taxes and levies by counties, and they decided to harmonize this. The best thing is, let's come up with a bill that says, if you want to come up with a new tax, go to this team, which will be with the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and others. But the CS for the National Treasury has the ultimate say-so on whether you can levy, you can add 10 bob to market fees in your county.
Yes, that's what this law is. This law is
or
actually
if you want
saying,
to increase parking from 120 to 140, the National Treasury must approve.
Which means the county assembly has no powers.
Okay.
They cannot determine anything. So essentially, the independence of the county government is ceases.
Okay.
Because the Treasury, CS, is the one who has the ultimate say on these matters.
Even if we did not give any other example, even if nothing else were to come up as a result of this, even if nothing else were to have happened before this that you're talking about today, this alone would suffice the argument that Eric raises, that there seems to be an active role being played by the national government to undermine devolution. Because one of two things happens with devolution. There's a decentralization from the national government, then going out to subnational, whichever you want to look at it. If you look at a federal government, you look at the state system. If you look at the government that Kenya has, then you look at the county system, then now going down from your governor to your ward reps, being MCAs, etc., etc. So you have decentralization from the central, obviously from the central government, handing over power and authority in the decision-making of administration of governance, and also, very important, the spending of resources. So the authority then is vested in these subnational entities by nature of devolution itself. Now, when you repeal that and come and say anything then that you're going to do as concerns how you will run your counties or how you will spend your money, that you then have to come back and ask the national government for the authority to do so, you might as well not have devolution. You might as well not have the counties. You might as well not have the county bosses in the name of governors or the ward representatives in terms of MCAs, because you're still going to have to ask for permission from the national government, which is what devolution came about to erase in the first place. So what are you trying to say? That devolution then is not needed because you're still going back to the central government in the first place.
Let's look at this thing sequentially, okay? And let us look at what the President William Ruto administration has actually done in the last, 7 months or so? Number one, IBEC, this one, chaired by the Deputy President, has been discussing the next revenue division of revenue for the next financial year's budget. And we've all seen the Commission on Revenue Allocation recommends that in the next financial year's budget, counties collectively should receive at least 420 billion shillings. The county governors go to IBEC and say, okay, I think it's best if we actually got, is it 440 that they wanted? The national government, through the deputy president, says, apana. You know, from the current financial year 365, the only thing we can do is maybe go as far as 385 billion shillings. Na hatuna pesa ingine. Hatuna pesa ingine kabisa. So first, the national government is stuck, and in fact, it's even gone to the budget policy statement, which is now before the floor of the House, going to be passed, on these 385 billion shillings being what they'd like to start working with and budgeting with. Okay? It means that if this conversation does not change, what will come as the division of revenue bill will have 385 billion. The national government is increasing its own spending from 3.2 trillion shillings to 3.6 trillion shillings, as an extra 400 billion shillings, more than the amount of money that goes into the counties. So let's even say that from that extra 400 billion shillings, that's where the 385 will come from. So the national government will spend 3.2 trillion shillings while counties get only 385. That is one issue that raises a red flag. And I raise this as a red flag because I look back at the plan that's been presented by the president as this is the manifesto of my administration. It is based on 5 things, and we talked about them. One is supporting agriculture and saying that if agriculture works in this country, it makes a lot of sense. It has the biggest multiplier effect on our economy.
Sure.
It employs the most number of people. If agriculture works, it means that it can also make SMEs work in terms of value addition. If agriculture works, it has food security comes in. If agriculture works, a lot works. If agriculture works, we export more. We earn more. Agriculture, big. Number 2 of President Ruto's plan is MSMEs. MSMEs are the hustler, the mtu mdogo, the ule mama anauza mboga pale kwa wheelbarrow, the mtu wa bodaboda, the ule mtu anauza miwa. Those are the SMEs. Ule mtu anatengeneza vitu ndogo ndogo. Those are the SMEs. Who licenses those SMEs? Who provides them the facilities from where to work? It's the counties.
It is the county government.
It's the markets. It's the boda sheds. It's the Juakali sheds. It's all these places.
What we call single business
permit. It's a county that supports this function. MSMEs. MSMEs working in this country makes a lot of sense as presented by the president. Third on the president's agenda is housing. Housing, let's jenga houses. This is where now we shall use the local masons, the local carpenters, the local mtu wa stima, the local. Those are who? Those are these SMEs that are going to be providing the doors and windows and roofs and mtu wa plaster and mtu wa koroga for housing. Housing works. Universal health coverage. Health is a devolved function. Make it that work means that you need to have devolution working. And then all these things are supported by the digital economy. Okay? Now, if these 5 items in the president's plan, all these have a function that works directly with devolution, why then would we see devolution being A, underfunded, 2, devolution under this administration is not receiving a single shilling of its division of revenue from the National Treasury for 3 months consecutively, and no explanation being given, no attempt being given to address this? 3 months. And then we have this bill that says, in fact, for your own revenue, own source revenue, if you want to discuss raising your own source revenue in any other manner, you must get approval from the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury. This chronology brings me to that logical conclusion that there's an attempt here, a very deliberate attempt to actually stifle and eventually kill devolution. I stand to be corrected.
You know, if you look at something as simple as legislative sovereignty, why did you give the why does the Constitution give what I may refer to as semi-autonomous power to the county governments and also give them a legislative arm that does the very thing that is being proposed to be taken to the national government. This is a National Assembly. They make laws. Yes, there are limits within which they can make the laws. But insofar as they are making laws that benefit that particular county and does not abrogate laws that are within the constitution on the larger, broader national front, there's nothing wrong. That's what they're supposed to do.
But that's why it was put there in the first place, because it was trying to bring the resources and the power closer to the people, which is what devolution is supposed to do.
Actually, that is probably what it is, because you see, there are two main pillars on which devolution was based, what you call the political pillar and the fiscal pillar. Okay? Now, the political one we understand easily. Now, the fiscal one, this matter of own source revenue, this thing has been mired in a lot of mud and a lack of clarity throughout. And any attempt to bring clarity to it is always obfuscated one way or the other. But own source revenue is revenue. There seems to be this desire by the national government to control the own source revenue. Yet, if you look at the way devolution was actually crafted, it isn't as though own source revenue can be spent by the national, the county government as they see fit. No. It doesn't quite work that way. No. There's a process that is followed even with own source revenue, meaning there was a need to have a check and balance within the constitution, while at the same time, yes, dispersing power, but maintaining what we may call national unity. So the oversight that the government is supposed to provide was always there.
Sure.
It was always there. But now this isn't oversight. This is control.
Exactly. So now, usually, if you're trying to find the reasoning behind somebody doing something in a court of law, why somebody commits the crime, even asking a child, you want to question motive. So if we were to take that to its logical conclusion, Eric, what would be the motive behind removing the very spirit of what would drive devolution from the hands of the counties? Why? What would and who would be in a position of benefit if you removed this very thing that was devolution from the hands of the county? Why would you do that? Who would benefit if you did?
Power. Power and control. Because clearly, the person who is at the helm of the national government, right? In addition to, of course, the person at the helm of the national government is at the helm of the state. Is the head of state. But those others who are working with him or her in the national government also want her to have power. It's the same thing we have seen. Yes, we have devolved. Yes, healthcare is devolved. But how much control is still vested at the national level? Agriculture is devolved. How much control is still vested at the national level with budget here, budget there,
of the allocated budget for these two ministries that you speak of? How much is it that actually, what percentage actually goes to the counties, and how much of it remains at the national level? That will tell you whether agriculture or health services are actually devolved or not. Because if the bulk of the money remains with the national government, with the ministries, then those two ministries are not devolved. They're only devolved in paper. It's just a subject of conversation. So when you say, what are devolved? You mention, but they are not devolved.
They're not totally devolved.
You cannot function as devolution without the finances that are supposed to support the activities.
And the one element of control, obviously, is the money. Always. We talk about the independent of all these independent offices, but they have to get money for them to function.
Yes.
Now, in terms of devolution, there's this institution called the National Treasury. The National Treasury currently is headed by the person who is the Minister for Finance at the national government.
Problem already.
Okay. Now, this person has a dual function. At the national level, do national planning. At the national level, do those things of national debt, national borrowing, national fiscal management, national everything. But at the same time, he's controlling the National Treasury, and he determines when to release money and how much and how often to the devolved units. Over the last 10 years, that has always been the issue.
It's a bone of contention that has been there for the longest.
Start with Isaac Ruto as chairman, go to Peter Munye as chairman, go to...
Keep going.
All of them. The current...
the governor of Kirinyaga.
The former governor of Turkana, Nanok as chairman, go to...
Keep going.
All of them. Up to the current chairman who is the governor of Kirinyaga, every chair of the Council of Governors always has to read a statement complaining about the delays in disbursement of money to the counties and the impact that is having. Peterson Washira, the chair of the Clinical Officers Union, was actually even giving us the other side. So when that money is delayed and the county has to pay salaries, some of the counties have to go to the bank and
get an overdraft.
Overdraft means interest.
Yes.
Means when the money comes, you are paying double, no, not double, but you're paying a certain amount over and above what you should have paid.
And that is money that should have been used for something else.
For something else. So that control has always been there with the national government. And now we're actually adding more control by saying, you see, even that on-source revenue, you want to levy a fee for a market.
You need to ask us.
Ask us.
Ask Daddy for permission.
Currently, how it works is a county executive proposes levies and fees, prepares it in the budget, goes to the county assembly, and the county assembly discusses and agrees. If the county assembly, MCA is representing their people, if they feel, ukiongeza pesa...
Actually, there's a step that they do before that. They go for public
participation. Exactly.
Is it too far-fetched to think that this is actually an elaborate plan to do it? And though it looks a little bit blotchy from here and there, okay, somebody's coming up with a bill, and that you would look at it and say, okay, no biggie, it's a bill, right? And it could be that it's actually an elaborate plan and it's being released in this manner so that you could think that it was just, serendipity playing out here, but it's actually planned. That folks are going to say, well, essentially what you're going to do, because he who pays the piper calls a tune, isn't it? So it could be a plan to say, here, folks, you are going to pay to see, you are going to essentially kiss the ring here. And the people, think about it like this. Look at the whole political play and how it happened. Folks who are in strategic positions, at the end of the day, you will pay allegiance to the folks who essentially gave you the ticket to be there. That's what we're talking about here.
Yes, we are.
Pay allegiance to the people who allowed you, quote unquote, to get into that position at the county level, at the ward level, at the constituency level, whatever it may be. You will pay allegiance. Don't be surprised if you see more like this coming into play. Don't be surprised. I wouldn't be.
But to what end? You see, I am assuming
to the end that he speaks about control.
Yes,
you control the resources.
Yes.
You're the king of the manor.
Yes, that is what you aspire. That is what you seek to achieve. But look at this process and look at what else it sets in motion. Okay, this government is fighting on too many fronts. Okay, we have something very fundamental called staple. Okay, it's a front that involves every Kenyan. Just people being able to eat, to survive on a daily basis, not weekly, not monthly, daily. It's a huge problem. We throw in power, we throw in whatever else you want to throw in. Now, this is a fully fledged fight against the county governments. So you brought in governors into this fight. Because remember, these are elected leaders. They're not state officials. These are government. These governors are elected. Now, what do you think? You are the governor. What are you going to tell the people who elected you? You are giving these governors an opportunity to have a clear fight with their people. And it's not a fight of their making. Essentially, you're jeopardizing the governors' positions. And it's not just the governors. When there's a problem of this nature, who is it who's an elected leader that is nearest to you? An MCA.
The MCA.
So they will feel the full brunt of this. But you are cascading a problem from the national level and you're taking it down to where it's going to touch the Mwananchi yet again. A new problem. Meaning the very revenue sources, own revenue sources that the counties have that make it possible for them to actually go to banks and borrow and do whatever they're able to do. You want to control that. Now, if we look at just the control of what the counties are supposed to receive, if we look at how that has been managed, you're going to squeeze it even further, meaning the counties will not even be able to breathe.
They'll be starved.
Completely. They will have no wriggling room, none whatsoever.
This story says that this was as a recommendation of the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council.
That's what they say.
Where governors sit.
That's what they say.
I'm keen to actually understand what was discussed as the reasons behind this. If the governors present actually said, yeah, and the Commission on Revenue Allocation also said, yeah, we need to do this. I mean, you need to be getting approval from. I'd like to understand the logic, because so far from everything I'm reading and hearing, it doesn't make sense to me. Let's take a break. It's 26 minutes to 9, Kenya's biggest conversation. 0719-012-600. After this break, we'd like to hear from you as well, so you can join the conversation and participate. Second family on Showmax.
Right. So, I left it where the patriarch of the family passed away in an accident, right?
Mr.
Langat, Leo Langat. And that is where the story started. There was the family, and then there is a second family. It's about clamoring for wealth and position and power. It's Kenya's first telenovela on Showmax. You want to know how this story unfolds? Log on to showmax.com, pay the subscription, and watch the intrigues and the drama unfold.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, 16 degrees, cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see rain through most parts of the morning. Highs of 23 and lows of 15. It's sunny at 16 in Nakuru. Highs of 24 and lows of 14. And we'll see lows of 16 in a cloudy Nyeri at 17. It's 15 and sunny in Eldoret. Highs of 23 and lows of 13. Looking at cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 26. Highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Malindi at 27. It's sunny at 20 in Kisumu. Highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 26 in a sunny Kakamega at 20. It's 19 and mostly cloudy in Kampala, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 26 in a cloudy Dar es Salaam at 24. 11 and mostly sunny in Johannesburg this morning. It'll go to highs of 24 and lows of 9. And at mostly clear conditions, it's 26 in Lagos with highs of 33. And we'll see highs of 32 in a partly sunny Kinshasa at 23. All right, so we're still looking at heavy traffic in most parts of the city this morning. Where are you? If you're on the Thika Superhighway, you'll notice that it's bumper to bumper all the way from the Allsops Junction out towards Muranga Road, right there at Globe Cinema at the underpass, all the passes. Quite some traffic there this morning, and it's tail-backed all the way through to the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at it heavy on James Gishoro as well. It's spilling over Waiaki Way, and it's going to go through to your escape route, which should be the Red Hill Link Road. So there's some traffic inbound there as well. Limuru Road is a junction of traffic coming in from Ruaka, as well as the village market in from Kitisuru as well. If you can avoid Limuru Road right about now, it might be a good idea to do so. The Northern Bypass is also still giving off traffic that's coming off Committee Road. Coming in from KU, it's going to split then between the Thika Superhighway then and the Northern Bypass. So you want to watch out for that. If you're coming in from KU, you're going to have to play Iki Piki Ponki and see which road you will take. All right? Traffic looks messy this morning, but in some parts, like Mombasa Road, for example, doesn't look too bad as you approach the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. And then you get onto Huru Highway, you might be stuck for a bit, but you'll be fine getting into the city. Let's talk, guys. What's going on where you are this morning? Tell us on Spice FMKE on Twitter.
22 to 9, we're talking about the state of devolution in the country and how safe devolution is, looking at what's happened since 2010. Okay, since 2013, since the first devolved government units came into office. And what was happening in the first years of the Uhuru administration, the second term of the Uhuru handshake administration, and now the first couple of months of the President William Ruto administration. What exactly are we seeing? The thing is, over the years, we saw people talking about, okay, devolution is of course under threat. The whole concept of devolution in terms of decentralization of power, which means also the centralization of influence. There are people who were enjoying that immense power and influence at the center, and they were not willing to let go. And it's been a push. Can we devolve all the functions that need to be devolved? Then can finances follow functions? If devolution has something that is actually devolved and completely unbundle that, if we talk about agriculture, completely unbundle agriculture and let agriculture then be run at county level, then retain those areas that are of national importance, like policy and all, at national level. But then the complaint has been that devolution is still not getting the full benefit of agriculture being devolved. Agriculture, there's still a lot of stuff that's happening at the national level. Take in example, the distribution of the subsidized fertilizer. Okay? The national government and this administration, in its own wisdom, decided the best thing to do is to support farmers through the supply of subsidized fertilizer. And they went ahead to allocate a budget, and they went ahead to source for the fertilizer. The questions were, how involved are the governors in this process? Fertilizer arrives, fertilizer goes to the National Cereals and Produce Board that is managed by the national government. Fertilizer sits there, and then we start hearing now the murmurs of, okay, counties, can you help us in distributing this fertilizer to your farmers, please? Remember, county governments were not involved. The national government administration officers, chiefs, were involved in registering the farmer. The Ministry of Agriculture was involved in getting that database, negotiating with Safaricom, negotiating with KNTC, bring in the fertilizer, take the fertilizer to the NCPB, and then in the final minutes is when you're saying, to make this thing work better, how can counties come in and help in the distribution of fertilizer? One issue. And you ask yourself, so was it that devolved units had been forgotten until now when it comes to distribution?
They were not involved in the process from the very beginning. They were not involved
at all.
Yeah, they were not involved.
Why were they not involved?
And they should have been. If anybody would even look at it, they should have been the ones from the very beginning who were to manage the whole process. To manage the process, seriously. It should have been, because we know for sure that it was the national government who worked in the role of coordination of bringing in this fertilizer as an incentive for farmers.
Yep.
That is granted and it's accepted, and the national government is thanked for it. However, by virtue of the fact that government runs in a certain way, especially with the devolved units, you know that farmers were getting this fertilizer at the county level, were they not? Did they all have to traipse to Nairobi to get it? No, they did not. It was going to be distributed at the county level. It only makes sense that the vanguards of the county then would be the ones who would be involved in the management of the distribution of the same. These are the people that you want to have at the very beginning to do it. So the question is, why were they not involved at that level from the beginning? You should have called upon them to do it.
What is the thinking of this? The other one is the issue of healthcare, okay? And we had the doctor and the clinician here. And they were talking about, we need to hire more doctors. But for us to hire more doctors, if you look at the Public Finance Management Act, it says the amount of money that you get in your budget, there's only a certain amount that can go to recurrent expenditure, and the rest must go to development funds. 65, 35, that's a split. Counties, many of them have hit the 65 ceiling because 80% of those workers are healthcare workers. They've employed more doctors and all, but then they can't take in any more. Why can't they take in any more? Because, of course, the budget is limited. It's only 395 billion. Well, 375 billion, whatever was there before. It's limited. The national government now comes in as a savior and says, you know what, because of COVID, we are going to hire doctors. Because of the challenges that you have, we are going to hire doctors. Because of whatever challenges that you have in managing and running development projects in your counties, what we are going to do is we are going to give you conditional grants. So the money is from the national government coming as a conditional grant to the county government. We want you to implement this project. Okay? Not the whole idea of a county deciding this is what we'd like to implement, of the county assembly discussing with the people, public participation, these are the priority projects, but the national government coming and saying this is the priority project that we want you to implement in your area. Here's the money for you to do it. Conditional grant.
Look, I'm sorry, but for me, it's very simple here. That it all flies in the face of what devolution was originally designed to do. And that's it. On the two things, decision in terms of your management and governance of the county, and then how you're going to make and spend your money. All those other things then was sub to these two things: the decentralization of governance and then the decentralization of how money is going to be spent. So when you then come and dictate how a county will spend its money or how a county will make its decisions, you're flying in the very face of devolution. And then if we're going to come round about to this thing again and say, this is exactly what we're saying, that there seems to be an elaborate attempt to make sure that devolution doesn't work. How do you guarantee that something which is so top heavy in terms of the expenditure of funds, rather that the funds are needed in order to see something work, then you throttle the funds? What are you saying? No, very simply, what are you saying? If you know that funds are needed for action A to take place, then what you do is that you put in a block at the very place where these funds will flow from. What are you essentially saying? That you don't want this thing to work, no?
Yep.
You know, this coffin, actually, if you look at our constitution, this coffin existed. All that this particular bill is proposing to do is just hammer in the final nails. The final nails. You know why? We talk about these two ministries, health and agriculture, okay? But even as we talk of them, let's look at them against the backdrop of the legislative powers that county governments have. The constitution actually states what powers they have. It actually limits them. I think they're around 14. You are told, this is what you can do, this is what you can do, this is what you can do. Now, if you look at those powers against the powers that the national government has, essentially what you're saying is that even legislatively, the county governments have already been limited, even before we start moving. Now, if you are not allowed to have a say on the policy of the two departments, two ministries that you're supposed to have devolved, the national government decides policy. Surely, if it's something that you are supposed to control, should you not have a say on the policy? Now, so this thing that we refer to as devolution, essentially what county governments seem to be doing, their job is like a tool. All you do is you implement what the national government has told you. Now, does it mean that what the national government has told you is what you actually need? The answer is a resounding no.
No. I really do see it as a bigger thing here. I really do see it as the system being inadvertently changed to make sure that allegiance is paid to the head. Seriously speaking, look across border in terms of who has been elected into office at whatever level, county level, constituency level, ward level. And these are county bosses in their own rights. They're representatives of the people. So whatever it is that you want to put into, because look, I mean, once you open the door, anything's going to fly out, right? Or fly in. So you have this bill today, another one tomorrow, essentially them curtailing what it is that you're going to do. So you're going to kiss the ring because you're going to beg, oh, please, National Treasury, can you release money to the county so we can pay our people? When the Treasury decides they're going to release money to you, that's when they'll do. What did you say? National Treasury and the Ministry of who should be separated.
The National Treasury and the Ministry of Finance should be separated.
Actually, Eric, you keep saying it and you're right.
So now here we have a typical prime example of why that should actually happen. Because now here we are saying that counties, every time they want to be able to do what they have been devolved to do, they can't do because they have to beg, right?
They have to go on a begging mission.
Exactly. Then apart from, and that's just to run, just to keep the thing going. Now, when you want to develop, you also have to go and ask permission. Can we do it in this way? So why the heck should you have a boss? Why should you have representatives if you still have to go back and kneel down and beg and say, Oga, please, can we do like this? Then they'll say, okay, no, let me look at it. And if it suits me, then I will allow you. It is paying allegiance to a supreme head. I'm telling you, look at it beyond what it looks like when you're talking about policy and stuff. It's paying allegiance to a supreme head, and somebody then will be able to call the tune at any one time. It may not look like it, but look beneath the surface. If you have to ask how you will spend your money, if you will have to beg for the money to come out in the first place, what are you saying?
You know, I'm going to be a little conspiratorial here. If I look at the president and his deputy, their formative years, they cut their teeth in adulthood in a one-party system. It was a command economy. Now, if that is where you grow up, this is where you develop and you see and you understand that a government has to be centralized and everything emanates from the central government. Yes, multipartism may come along, devolution may come along, but it strikes you as the anomaly you can do without, because your whole understanding of government is that it should be something where when you back, everybody runs for cover. What you're comfortable with is what you grew up with. Now, I could be proven wrong here, but I doubt if I will. For this simple reason. How is it that we look at what we are seeing? You know, this government keeps asking to be given chance to implement. Is this not an opportunity? We are now seeing the chance has been given. We are now seeing the direction in which we are going. Did they not ask for time? See, time is there. Now, we have not had a say in what they should do. They have told us this is what we want to do. Every time this government speaks loudly and clearly, there is a bill being presented, there's a law being changed, there's a law being implemented. It seems to be the legacy of this government. There is always a law being brought to bring in something new that they want. Now, let me ask the question, if we're to be fair. All these things that have been proposed, let's say ostensibly it's supposed to benefit the citizens. So how will it benefit the citizens? Because benefit has to be spoken of and has to be seen. Let's take the view that
the argument here, for example, in this very direct one,
yes,
the argument will be given to you expressly and directly. You see, county governments wake up and arbitrarily increase fees and levies. They introduce a levy here, charges, you markets, you levies, you the
I thought it's the national government that does that.
No, the counties. These are the ones
we were talking about county here.
Talking about at the county level.
Yes.
They bring in those. Traders have been complaining. So Kenya Association of Manufacturers and others have complained. Because of this cess, you move from this county to the next cess. You lose cess.
You have paid where you've come from.
And you've paid where you've come from. Okay. So you're moving goods from the point of manufacture to the market, and you're crossing several counties. You're paying as you enter each of those counties. And manufacturers and traders and business people have been complaining about this. So when we talk about now, every time a county, so the National Treasury will be looking at how does this conflict with another one. We see there's a direct benefit to the people. Because at least there's somebody who is checking. Yes? There's somebody who is looking on behalf of the citizen.
Actually,
so how does it benefit the citizen? I've given you the answer.
Eric, the Commission revenue allocation and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, when devolution was coming in, they foresaw this. This is something they saw. They understood. And they set about trying to ensure that the county governments are prepared for it. They set about ensuring, and they brought in legal experts. They brought in people from the universities, professors of law. The purpose was to go to all these county governments and induct the assembly leaders, the administration into not just understanding the laws as they were, but how to make laws. What it is you need to do. All these things that keep coming up, cross-county business, believe me, all these things were considered. And it was supposed to be a work in progress. Kenya Association of Manufacturers knew that their members would be affected by these things, and they even helped fund these processes. There is nothing which is being discussed which wasn't foreseen and which recommendations are not made for. They were. As usual, they were ignored. Because whenever someone comes with something which is supposed to be new, they are giving us the impression that they are the ones who've come up with this thing. This is not new. What is new is this blatant attempt to actually usurp any remaining power that county governments may have had when it comes to the generation of revenue and to manage their own affairs using the legislative powers that they have. This is it. Meaning, this last vestige of power is actually going to be taken away by this particular law that is being proposed.
So essentially we're saying that what we're going to see in a very short time is that the folks who are sitting at the helm of counties are going to be powerless individuals just occupying offices for the sake of it being on paper.
Yes, that's exactly what's going to happen.
For the benefit of the citizen.
For the benefit, of course, always.
That is exactly what is going to happen.
But let's
Eric,
flip this a little bit, okay? So there's the issue of all those things that we've talked about. You are manufacturing goods in this county, and your market is, of course, across counties. Transporting those goods, you keep paying to cross over into counties. That's been an issue. And I mean, that we have to
It has been an issue.
That is an issue that the counties have been trying to discuss, blah, blah, blah. They haven't come up with a solution, but they ought to come up with a solution. Is a solution to say that the next time you want to impose a new tariff, you shall seek authority? Or is a solution to actually say, can we propose, can we even draft a bill that shows you how you can harmonize this? Because there's the issue of harmonization of cess. Some counties are okay with it, some are not.
Or charge one big amount and then split it across the counties that you will go through.
Yep. Or encourage that ingenuity. For example, when Sakaja Arthur Johnson was campaigning to be the governor of Nairobi, one of the things that he promised was that you're going to have a single permit.
Yes.
Right? So you come in and there's harmonization of permits. So for all these hustlers, you're a hustler and you're paying so many things. We just say, no. You pay once and it serves you for various things. He's yet to implement it. Let's see how he goes about with his budget. But you see, those are the ideas. If those are the ideas that are there, how about you try them out, execute them, and say, encourage. Have a conversation at IBEC. Have a conversation at the Governors Summit. The Governors Summit is the president and all governors. Bring it up as the head of government and say, guys, this thing would work better. You'd still be able to make more money. You'd still be able to, but you would be serving the hustler.
You know, there are people in this country who actually study these processes we're talking about in great detail, and they will give you models. They'll tell you, even this devolution that we have, by the way, is a particular model that we used, okay? Because there was the option of being completely revolutionary and dismantling the system that we have. This system of devolution is not really revolutionary. No. It's an administrative one. Okay, we have a system. Let's look at what we previously had and sort of like mollycoddle this thing and give a few powers and what have you. Revolutionary would have meant, for instance, the government, this is, how much do we generate in this country? In how many trillions?
About 2.
Precisely. Half. 1 trillion goes to the counties. That's revolutionary. Because now, the counties actually have might. They can determine, it's a power to do certain things. You can see. Okay? But this dribbles. Penny here, 2 pennies there, 3 pennies here, beg a little more, 4 pennies here. That, my friend, you as the like saying in business, we are being managed. Okay? That's precisely what it is. If you want to understand perhaps what we are discussing here, I'm running this thing through my mind, and many things are going through my mind at the same time. And I'm asking myself, what exactly are we seeing here? With all these bills that this government keeps introducing in Parliament, with all these schemes, whether we've gone to Rwanda or we've gone to Zambia, or where haven't we gone? Or whatever else we are doing, what exactly are we dealing with here?
Supreme control in the offing.
Yes, and is that control being attained?
So because if I saw you chip away at it, you'll get there eventually.
Yes, you will, but at what cost?
At the cost of the representation of the people for whom you hear they're fighting for every day, but that is actually not the case.
You have understood it perfectly. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that this small matter of the oath of office. Are we saying then that our 2 supreme leaders are actually abiding by the oath of office? Remember, oath of office. Oath. Because I see somewhere along the line where the oath of office is being abrogated. Somewhere along the line, the interest of the people that they swore to protect is not being protected.
Nasser Laji says, well, guys, counties haven't exactly managed the funds well, okay? For example, he compares with CDF. He says CDF was well managed by and large, but post-devolution, there has been total mismanagement.
So there's a case for the central government.
The jury is out on this. I don't agree with you.
I don't agree with that at all.
Yes, there has been. It's true. There is mismanagement. There are areas of concern that have been raised at the county level, just the same way that many have been raised at the national level. Has there been a movement of the needle in devolution? Have you seen a movement of the needle when devolution was actually implemented? Have we seen things happening? Have we seen...
Oh, for sure.
Have you seen a development in provision of healthcare? Has there been a change? Pre-devolution, post-devolution.
Have there been developments in places? Absolutely. How many counties do we want to go to where people have left the capital and gone back to their counties of origin to work because there has been development and there actually can be jobs where people can work in their counties of origin?
But that's
how many have we seen?
That's what we're discussing here.
But also the narrative, it's actually a very clear narrative, because the narrative always keeps coming. From year 2 of devolution, look at corruption.
The point that is being made is a valid one.
However...
You see, to say nothing has happened is a lie. The question is, the monies that the counties have received, do we see a reflection of it within the counties? That is my question.
That's the question.
Yes.
Let's go to the news first. Good morning, it's 9 a.m.
The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah is set to table a motion on the bipartisan committee on the reconstitution of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. In the notice of motion, the joint committee, which consists of 14 members, 7 each from the 2 major coalitions in Parliament, will be required to report back to Parliament in 90 days. The bipartisan committee will be required to develop and recommend appropriate mechanisms for the reorganization of the electoral system and processes in the country, even as the opposition coalition pushes for 4 thematic areas, including the high cost of living. Interestingly, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance coalition has listed Eldas MP Adan Kainan as their representative, despite the push from the Azimio coalition that his name be dropped in good faith. And UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called on Sudan's warring parties to immediately cease hostilities, as his envoy to Khartoum said at least 185 people had been killed by the fighting. The UN chief said any further escalation of the conflict between the army and paramilitary forces led by rival generals could be devastating for the country and the region. Volker Perthes, the United Nations Special Representative to Sudan, said the violence, which erupted Saturday, raged for a third day through Monday, with the death toll increasing to at least 185 at the time. Now, 4 people, among them a student, died after a bus they were traveling in from Kisumu heading towards Nakuru veered off the road and landed in a ditched twin area on the Nakuru-Eldoret highway. According to the driver of the bus, who escaped with minor injuries, he was avoiding colliding with an oncoming lorry when he lost control of the vehicle and knocked some students who were walking home from school. Molo Sub-County Hospital Medical Superintendent Susan Wanjiku said 17 people are still receiving treatment at Molo Hospital, while 2 of the patients have been transferred to Nakuru PGH Hospital. The ill-fated bus was towed to Mount Summit Police Station. Kuresoi North Police Commander Judah Gathenge confirmed the accident. Now, Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu has maintained that corporal punishment in schools is illegal. While addressing a meeting organized by the Kenyan National Examination Council, CS Machogu said he will not allow corporal punishment to continue in schools. CS Machogu was reacting to news of a Form 4 candidate at Nyabisia Mixed Boarding Secondary School in Kisii County, whose nursing injuries inflicted on his genitals following an assault by his teachers. The victim is said to have resisted accompanying his teachers to the office after being caught in possession of exam materials that prompted the teachers to administer corporal punishment on him. During the meeting, the Education CS commended education officials for their commitment in service delivery and promised government support in funding field officers to ease movement and monitoring field-based programs. And Ahmed Rashid, a police officer from Pangani, has been charged with the murder of 2 boys in Nairobi's Eastleigh neighborhood 5 years ago. Rashid was accused of killing Jamal Mohammed and Mohammed Dahir Khairi on 4th Eastleigh Street, First Avenue on March 31st, 2017, was released on a cash bail of 200,000 shillings after denying the charges leveled against him. Rashid, who appeared before Justice Diana Buchache, took plea after the court dismissed an application challenging the court's jurisdiction. The prosecution asked the court to remand him at industrial area pending a bail hearing. However, Rashid's lawyer Dunstan Omari argued that doing so would endanger his life. And heavy rains are expected to continue this week in most parts of the country. The weatherman, in a 7-day weather forecast valid from 18th to 24th of April 2023, warns of isolated storms that may occur over some parts of the highlands east of the Rift Valley, the coast and the northeastern Kenya. Strong winds of over 25 knots are expected in parts of Turkana and Marsabit counties, and significant wave heights over the Kenyan Indian Ocean coastal waters. Slight to moderate sea conditions are expected with significant wave height in Kwale, Mombasa, Kilifi and Lamu. Average daytime temperatures are likely to be high in coast, northeastern and northwestern Kenya, while parts of highlands east of the Rift Valley will record low nighttime temperatures of less than 10 degrees Celsius. The Director of Meteorological Services noted that there was increased rainfall across the country except for North Rift Valley and northwestern Kenya. The highest 7-day rainfall was recorded at Hadabo Rainfall Station in Wajir. And U.S. law enforcement officials have arrested 2 New York residents for allegedly operating a Chinese secret police station in Manhattan's Chinatown, part of a crackdown on Beijing's alleged targeting of U.S.-based dissidents. Liu Jinwan and Chen Jinping face charges of conspiring to act as agents of China's government without informing U.S. authorities and obstruction of justice. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Salcedo. Good morning.
All right, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, looking for some let up in terms of traffic. Well, okay, in some parts, but not in others. Still heavy on James Gishuru. In and outbound traffic is still doing the thing. And it's crossing over to the Red Hill Link Road, where you should be able to find some reprieve, but not just yet, till you get further past Lower Kabete. So an eye open for that. Coming inbound, however, should not be an issue. Coming off of Thika Superhighway, still thick with traffic, as well as on Kiambu Road this morning. 2 lanes become 5. These guys do some magic here every morning. Coming off Limuru Road, also past the United Nations Avenue, as well as the Village Market. It's going to be heavy as you get towards Muthaiga at the junction and then on towards Muthaiga Square in one direction and Wangari Maathai in the other. The Northern Bypass still giving off some traffic this morning, so watch out for that. Still heavy coming out of Utawala, a little bit on the Eastern Bypass as well. This morning, Mombasa Road doesn't look too bad. It'll take you out towards Uhuru Highway. And then at the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, you hold up just a bit as you get towards Haile Selassie at the junction. We should be out of traffic hour soon enough. Let's keep an eye on things and see how it pans out. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
It is 8 minutes after 9. Good morning and welcome to the final hour of the Situation Room this morning. It's the 18th day of April 2023. Happy Tuesday wherever you're locked in. Thank you very much for always choosing the Situation Room as the way to start your day and to start your morning, because this is also the show that reminds you how you can grow your wealth. If you have any amount of money from as little as 50,000 shillings, 50,000.00, any amount from there, you can put 50,001.00. Continue up to 50 billion shillings. It's okay. You can go to Kingdom Bank and you put that money in a fixed deposit account, and you could earn up to 10% interest in whatever. Choose your period: 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Choose. Put your money in at Kingdom Bank and it'll grow. They're saying they have the best interest earnings in the market, up to 10% interest rates. That's what you just need to think about. Any amount of money. How do you take the money to them? Walk into any branch of Kingdom Bank wherever you see them, or you can call them this morning and they'll tell you how to do it. 0709 881300. 0709 881300. Kingdom Bank. Songa mbele na Kingdom Bank. Terms and conditions apply. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. We move our conversation now to tobacco control. And we want to talk about the effect of tobacco control and how more and more people can actually get to be aware of effects of tobacco control. Those who would like to kick the habit, how can they get support out of this? How can they reach out to people who can help them get support out of this? And this is what we'll be discussing. Rachel Kitonyo is a senior tobacco control advisor at the Tobacco Control Data Initiative program at the Development Gateway. And she's here alongside Dorcas Kiptui, who is the head of the Division of Tobacco Control Department of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases at the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Kenya in East Africa and Africa. A long one. Let me repeat. Dorcas Kiptui is the head at the Division of Tobacco Control in the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases at the Ministry of Health in the Republic of Kenya. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Karibuni sana. Rachel, you've been here before, so you're feeling comfortable.
Very
right?
good.
I hope when you were coming in with Dorcas, you told her, these are good people. It's a nice environment, cool air. Have a conversation, and that's why Dorcas is looking very comfortable. Karibu sana, Dorcas.
Asante, good morning.
Good morning. When you have Serikali in the room, what we do is we welcome the Serikali with the day's proverb. City.
Yes. Our proverbs for the whole of this week, which ends on Friday, are from the country of Burkina Faso. An axe does not cut the tree on its own.
An axe does not cut a tree on its own.
No, it doesn't.
Aha, Dorcas, you get it. What's your interpretation of this proverb?
Somebody has to move. First, you have to make once the axe has been made, somebody has to move it to cut the tree. And I think it's very applicable to the reason why we are here this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because sometimes even one person cannot cut a tree by themselves. Sometimes you need 2 people or 3. That's why we collaborate with organizations such as Development Gateway.
All right. Rachel, what's your interpretation?
Well, first, I think City should not have picked that one because in tobacco control, we don't particularly like cutting of trees.
Oh, no.
Because of deforestation caused by cutting trees for tobacco use. But I agree with Dorcas that it talks about cooperation and collaboration to achieve an end. So in that sense, it is true that an axe doesn't cut on its own.
You don't work alone.
Yes.
Kidole kimoja.
Chawa.
Akivunji.
Tuvunji chawa tunaua.
Talk to the wahenga. They thought different. Now we're here today because we want to talk about now tobacco control. And I just want to come back to you, Dorcas. We know that there's a Tobacco Control Act in this country. For people who have just visited this country from the moon, and there are those who landed last week from Mars and they don't know about this, please tell them about it. What's this law and what's it all about?
Allow me to just go back a bit and say why
tobacco control. Tobacco production and consumption has very devastating effects, not only on the health of human beings, but also on the environment, on the society, and also on the economy of a country and household and an individual. So it is because of this that countries came up together to agree under the auspices of World Health Organization to develop a global framework to address the global tobacco epidemic. And why countries have to come together is because tobacco control involves a lot of complex issues at national level, at individual level, community level, and also cross-border. That is why you need international cooperation to do this. It also touches on very many issues, media, advertising. I am a health professional, but I've learned a lot of legal issues, entertainment issues, let me say media and communication issues, agriculture, economics, because of this multifaceted issue. So it is for this reason that Kenya ratified the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which is a global treaty. And under Chapter 2 of our Constitution, if the country ratifies any global treaty, it becomes part of our law. And to implement an international treaty, a country has to domesticate it through its own national law. So we have the Tobacco Control Act of Kenya, which was passed in 2007. It's a very comprehensive act and also is based on the provisions of this global treaty.
Highlights of this.
Pardon?
Highlights of the act.
The objective of the act is to protect the public from the harmful effects of tobacco, to protect the economy, to protect children, and so to also protect non-tobacco users, because people who smoke emit smoke that affects people around them. And people who are under 18 are the target of tobacco industry. They don't target adults to market the product to them. They target children, and then they are assured of a lifelong customer. So it is really a problem of children. In Kenya also we grow tobacco, so we have to address, when we are doing tobacco control, we have to address the farmers who are growing tobacco and also address the content and emissions of tobacco products. They have to declare, manufacturers have to declare the content and emission. So the Act provides for powers to the Minister for Health to lead tobacco control policies. It also establishes a tobacco control board, which is a multi-sectoral board that advises the Minister of Health on which way to go, and it's made up of people from government, civil society, academia, and these people are experts in their individual areas, so given the complexity of the matter. And then also it establishes a tobacco control fund, which tobacco manufacturers and importers have to put some amount of money called Solosham Fund contribution, which is then to meet the externalities of tobacco production and consumption, which mainly are non-communicable diseases and also some other social and economic issues. It also provides for requirements for tobacco manufacturers and importers to declare the content of their product and the effects of those content and the emissions, and also how it harms the human being. They are required by law to do that. A long time they used to say tobacco smoking is harmful to your health, Ministry of Health advice, but now they own up because it is their product. So the tobacco industry says this product, when consumed, is addictive, causes cancer, causes heart disease, causes impotence, harms your unborn baby, because it is their product and they know the content and they know the harm of the content. So they own up the message themselves. It also requires the Ministry of Finance to increase tax regularly, which is an effective measure for tobacco control to deter people from buying because it's expensive, and also to motivate people who are using to reduce consumption and eventually quit because it is expensive. And it requires also that the Kenya Revenue Authority ensures that all products manufactured in Kenya or imported into the country have a legal measure that you can determine the origin and destination. This is to address illicit trade. And so any product manufactured in Kenya will say manufactured in Kenya, to be sold in a destination country X.
Right.
If it is manufactured there and imported here, it is manufactured in that country X for sale only in Kenya.
So that you know.
So that you know. Those are some of the cross-border issues. It also prohibits, the Act also prohibits completely any form of advertising, promotion and sponsorship of tobacco products and sponsorship by tobacco industry. So it is prohibited by law to advertise tobacco products, either on print media, electronic media, or any other platform, including social media. You cannot deliver tobacco products by mail that you can post to someone because the law requires that before you buy a tobacco product, you must prove your age and pay for it. So by delivery, a child can buy. So this law prohibits the sale and delivery to the sale by young people who are under 18 and also the purchase by people who are under 18.
So it can only be purchased by an individual at a shop.
At a shop.
It cannot even be done via e-commerce.
No. And also, even at the point of sale, you have to pay first before it is given to you. And because it is prohibited to advertise and promote, then they are put in a place where it is not displayed.
It is not publicly displayed.
Yes, as an advertisement. So you have to go to the counter, give your ID,
ask for a packet
of tobacco, and you pay before you can handle. There's no self-service display, and there is prohibited also sale by automated machines like vending machines.
You know, there's something that I keep wondering about. Do we know of any tobacco company that has gone bankrupt, shut because
all these tight regulations?
all these things that we're saying around the world, that how many tobacco companies do you know that have closed down?
So what is happening is tobacco, so globally prevalence is declining, but because of population growth. So say you take Kenya, prevalence dropped from about 23%. It's now currently about 15% among adults.
Since 2007?
Between 2003 and 2014. But when you look at the absolute numbers, the difference in terms of the decline is about 50,000 smokers. And that's because of population growth. So when you take percentages, 10% of 100 is 10. 10% of 110, it will still be 10%, but the absolute number is different. So because populations are growing, and particularly in Africa, and so they are really targeting markets where there's high population growth, Africa being one of them, even as the government is being successful. So as I'm saying, prevalence did drop, which shows that what the Ministry of Health is doing is working because the population is growing and also our incomes are growing. And so when Doc has talked about taxes, for example, you have to take into account inflation and GDP growth. And so there's more Kenyans who've got more spending or purchasing power, and therefore then they're also being marketed to. And so back to Citi's question, they have not yet gone bankrupt because of that. But there's also a second thing that they're doing, which is switching their products. And so some of the things that we are seeing is that as we increasingly stigmatize cigarettes, they move into other forms of products. And so in Kenya particularly, you've got nicotine pouches. There's brands like Velo and Lift, and these are really marketing to young people, and then flavored products. And so when you've got nicotine flavored with strawberry, you can of course tell who the target for that is. That's not City they're looking at. That's my 12, 13-year-old. Strawberry is not a flavor for City, I hope.
He likes strawberries.
Wait a moment. Is it a plant?
The strawberry?
No. The strawberry, the flavor.
The flavor, it can be a chemical-based, a synthetic flavor. It doesn't have to be from...
I mean, there are flavors like bubble gum, mint, peach. So, of course, also some of that is targeting women. But
and
that's
they make them also like gadgets that attract women, like lipstick, the way it's packaged.
You know, I asked the question.
Yeah.
Something that kills. It's been demonstrated, it's proved. Class lawsuits in places like the U.S. mostly. Even the government of the U.S., there's occasion when they've actually sued tobacco companies, what they call big tobacco. Okay? But I haven't read anywhere where something this dangerous has actually been banned. Meaning absolute ban, stop, no production, because it is killing people. Usually when something is this dangerous, people put a halt to it. This one, and then when people talk of smoking, you talk China. No, China. China comes last, and yet with their population, the biggest manufacturers of tobacco are actually in China. China, the numbers are many and people smoke. Okay? Now, what am I saying? All these efforts, and I look around the globe, it seems to be a growth industry. It's not diminishing, and yet it kills people. Isn't this a bit of a...
what is happening, if, for example, you check what they're calling tobacco-free generations, and particularly in places like New Zealand, they are trying to restrict sales to people, say, who've been born after a certain time. So if you say your cutoff point is people who are born after 2004 should not be exposed to tobacco products, what you're trying to do is to have a generation that grows up having never seen a tobacco advert. When Dorcas talked about products not being shown in public, so they've never seen a cigarette, and then there's no marketing. So that's one way of trying to reduce. And actually, when you bring your smoking prevalence to about 5%, because I want to talk about prohibition. If you remember from alcohol in the US when they tried to ban alcohol.
How did that work?
It didn't work because of addiction. And so with cigarettes, you've got this. In Kenya, there are currently 1.8 million people who are adult tobacco users and who are addicted. So if you ban the substance that they're addicted to, you create this immense black market. And so what you're trying to do is to gradually bring your prevalence down to about 4 or 5% of your population. Before then you can ban it. And so the measures that Doc has talked about, so for example, taxation, because what bothers us about tobacco is the death and disease. And so out of those 1.8 million smokers in Kenya, a third to half are going to die from the product because it's the only legally manufactured product that kills 50% of its users. Wow. And so if your doc is seated here and you're looking at 1.8 million smokers, out of which half of those, 900,000, are going to die. And before they die slowly. So when you get cancer, you don't die pap. You take time to die. So if you're going to take 3 to 5 years to die from cancer, you're going to take 5 to 10 years to die from chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or emphysema without being able to breathe. It's costing the government money to try and keep you alive even as you're dying. And the interesting thing is that many smokers, because quitting is really hard, the quitting success rate is about 30%. And so take that 900,000, half of the Kenyan smokers who are going to die, only 30% of the 1.8 million, if they try to quit, will manage successfully to quit because nicotine is really, really addictive. And then add all these economic costs of taking care of them once they fall sick. That's a burden that the Ministry of Health is trying to bring down. And so while you're doing all of these measures and they work together, so you're trying to stop those who've not yet started, please don't start because you won't be able to stop. Then you're trying to deal with those who are smoking to reduce. Because even as you start reducing consumption, the health effects start reducing. And so for you who said you started off as a 3-packet smoker, as we raise the taxes, maybe you drop down to 2 packets. It becomes even more expensive. You drop down to 1 packet. And then eventually we get you to drop until you stop.
Is taxation actually leading to that?
Yes.
Is taxation, increasing tax, is it leading to dissuading people from smoking, the smokers from smoking?
Is it a deterrent?
Or is it actually encouraging that black market we're talking about?
Actually, the FCTC, which is the WHO Framework Convention, is a scientifically based protocol, and it has been proven to be effective. Like a 10% rise in tobacco tax in a developing country can lead to reduction in consumption by about 4%. So it is effective, but you don't only apply tax. You increase tax effectively so that somebody can feel the pain. As Rachel said, you have to take into consideration inflation and GDP, but you also educate the public. You also make it difficult to buy, make it difficult to use. So all these things together motivates the person to quit smoking. They start calculating the amount of money they have to spend on buying tobacco products, the trouble they have to go to. Somebody said you have to wake up at 3 a.m. to go and look for a cigarette or to go and look for a place where you can smoke when people are asleep so that you're not arrested. So all these things together help people, deter people from starting. And when children don't access these things, they don't try, they don't have the chance to initiate to experiment. And by experimenting on nicotine, it's a very highly addictive substance that experimenting on it triggers your mind, your brain, a child's brain, and it will never forget. So
go ahead, sorry.
So a child who experiments on tobacco products, nicotine products, remembers. And the next time they try, they even remember more. And the likelihood of these children ending up being smokers is very high. The same for children who have parents who use tobacco products. They will sneak in and try them, but eventually they become users themselves.
So are we looking at the motivation behind this as the detriment that it causes to health, then to be able to curtail some of these excesses, essentially? And we're saying that it is because of the harmful effect on health that we are saying, look, we need to watch out. And as I asked that question, I realized that this has been something that has been running for a very long time. We're talking about decades. We saw the ads, billboards all over the place, harmful to your health. We've seen that there was legislation that insisted, for example, on a packet of cigarettes, that you had to say what the health warning was. Will this now particular piece of standard or requirement then, in your view, make it more grounded? Will it establish it more, that it will sink in the minds of people that this stuff is actually harmful to your health?
Besides creating awareness among the population, it also makes it difficult to buy. It just makes it not a necessity anymore. Even when you have disposable income, it is so expensive, and you know the cost of the effect, that you choose not to buy. And adults don't start smoking. It's usually children or young people, for that matter. So by the time you are being able to buy, and we say the law does not allow sale of cigarettes, for example, by one stick. So you have to buy a packet. And the cost of a packet,
that's the law in Kenya.
Yes. And the cost of a packet at the moment, minimum is 250. I think 250, 270. How many children have to raise their pocket money together to buy one packet?
Actually, I'm laughing. The law may be there. A cigarette is sold.
In sticks.
Yes.
So it's about enforcement here.
Yes, it's a question of enforcement, and also those who sell will tell you make more money if you sell
A single stick. Yeah, I think generally, Kenya, we have enforced the tobacco control regulations generally well. We have challenges, for example, even implementing that sale by one stick. And I think when we make it so expensive and also require everybody to be tracked who is selling tobacco, and we collect more data about it, I think people will also not sell, because in kiosks, these are small shops in Kenya, where you sell tobacco products, you're not allowed to allow a child to sell.
To be the person behind the counter.
Yes, to be the person behind the counter. So when we enforce such legislations, most of the shops will stop, retailers in the village, for example, because a child will always be helping the parents to sell. And if they do enforcement on the ground at the county level and the community level, these things will stop. We are strengthening tobacco control in Kenya, and honestly, I cannot deny that we have gaps. But we are strengthening, we are building capacity for enforcement officers. We are also trying to mobilize resources to support them to develop an enforcement strategy. We have undertaken with the Tobacco Control Board an RRI, Rapid Response Initiative, to determine what are the challenges in enforcement that we face. And we are trying to put in place measures to...
Is tobacco growing profitable?
No. So what happens?
Tobacco growing is not profitable.
It's not profitable. So the research that we have shows that most tobacco farmers make losses, and some of the losses, particularly in places like Bungoma, go to negative 37,000 Kenya shillings per planting season. Now, why the farmer thinks that he's making money is that because of the value chain that the tobacco industry had developed, so they provide inputs, so they give fertilizer, they give the seeds, they give the pesticides on credit, and then there's a contract that the farmer has signed with the industry, and you have contracted by a particular tobacco company. So in Kenya, you've got BAT, you've got Mastermind. At one point, we had Alliance One. So you're contracted to one, and you can't sell to anybody else. So of course, that creates an unequal bargaining relationship, because then when it's time to deliver your produce, you can only deliver to the person who's contracted you. And then they subtract from the price the cost of the inputs. So if at that point, and they also decide the grade, so you bring your leaf and the guy tells you, oh, this one is grade 3, that costs less than grade 1. and you can't negotiate or bargain, and you can't sell to anybody else. So then they deduct the cost of their inputs from your profit. And of course, if then the cost of input was more, you're in debt to them, so you have to contract for the next planting season. But actually, the biggest factor that causes these losses is that farmers don't calculate the cost of labor. And tobacco growing is highly labor intensive. It's not, you pick by hand, you don't pick by machine. And so all the tasks that go into planting, so you've got planting, you've got weeding, you've got watering, then you've got applying the chemicals, and then you've got harvesting. It takes a farmer, his wife, and his children. And so if you go to Bungoma, you go to Busia, you go to Migori, you go to Meru, which are the tobacco growing countries, it was found that actually children in those areas are missing school because they are being roped into the farm. And of course, you don't pay your children a salary. So if you hired a casual laborer and had to pay him to do all those tasks that your wife and children are subsidizing for you, then you'd realize that what you think is a profit is not actually a profit. And the minute you send your kids to school and have to hire labor and calculate in your labor cost, that's how we are getting that negative 37,000 Kenya shillings. And actually, before the Ministry of Health started an alternative cropping project, which I'll ask Dorcas to talk about, when you went to Malakisi, the side of the road that grows maize and the side of the road that grows tobacco, you could just see the difference. One side, ile ya mahindi, iron sheet roof. Ile ya tobacco, grass thatched roof. And you know, in Kenya, when we're doing the national surveys, we just ask people about their housing. Because the kind of house somebody can afford tells you a lot about the disposable income. And so growing tobacco is not profitable. And the only reason that they grow it is because of that guaranteed chain, that all the way from inputs to where to take my produce, there's someone who's going to buy it. But in terms of
the
profits,
headache has been taken. So from an economist's point of view, it's not making sense.
No.
But practically, this person is seeing there is money and I am able to
And they also
afford
have a
my livelihood. I want us to take a break.
contract.
But let me ask this question.
Let's take a break. Let's take a break. Yes. It's 26 minutes to 10, Kenya's biggest conversation. We're talking about Tobacco Control Act and how we can promote development and implementation of tobacco control policies in Kenya. What's the best way to do it? We're joined by Dorcas Kiptui. Dorcas Kiptui is the head of the Division of Tobacco Control in the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases at the Ministry of Health. And Rachel Kitonyo Devotsu is the Senior Tobacco Control Advisor at the Tobacco Control Data Initiative Program of the Development Gateway Organization. Time for that break. We'll be back shortly. Have you watched, Dorcas, Showmax? Do you have Showmax?
Yes.
There's a new one. There's a new show. It's a telenovela. It's called Second Family. Have you seen it?
I saw the advert.
You saw the advert, the
Yes,
promo?
yeah. It hurt me. It hurt me.
Why?
And the storyline I saw, I really felt sorry.
What did you see?
I saw a child who, I think the father died and they realized he had a second family, parallel family. I am very happy I grew up in a monogamous family. But at the same time, my father was not young. He's in the age of Moi. And so I used to ask, how come a lot of your friends have two wives, you have one? Do we have step brothers and sisters? We are off. We are off air.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
So
to put it at ease, I grew up in a polygamous family.
And it has good things. No, I don't dispute it. But I wish it was the trauma it has on children when they discover that the life they lived was a lie. You had better be just truthful.
Let everybody know.
Yes.
This is the state.
Yes, and have reason why you have to have a second family. But I don't blame men only. Even women, sometimes your men are raising children who they don't know if it's their own. So you in Kenya, we need to be truthful. And I think it is important that children really know their identity. It has devastating effects. And so this girl, I think when I saw the advert, I've not watched it, but I could see
the pain
and the most likely effects of that, including substance use, including mental health issues, suicide, fights, and destruction of generations to come. So that's what I saw.
All that drama that you've just described, that's what is in that telenovela. Second Family. Okay? This one, family of Mr. Langat. Mr. Langat dies, and I'm saying dies in quotes because the story will develop. And then there's a second family that then emerges, and then there have been all the secrets, and now the drama of the secrets unfolding. This is it. Watch it. You've
I
seen the
will
promo.
watch it. Yes.
Watch it.
I will watch it.
Rachel.
Is it a series or is it a...
It's a series, a continuous telenovela. So you'll watch 1, 2, 3 episodes.
Keep
Anytime when you're bored and you're thinking, okay, nifanya ni weka.
You catch up.
You catch up with it. Same thing, Rachel.
Nitaangalia.
Okay? We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Blood is not always thicker than water.
Start your life here. It's not enough for me. It's just not enough. You don't know what they do to girls like you. I think it's having an affair.
Two families are at war and family ties get broken.
Sorry, who is your father?
Discover the shocking truth in Second Family.
I had another family. Another wife.
Tune in to Sugar and Spice to find out more about The Second Family, Kenya's first original telenovela, and why you should subscribe.
Lows of 15. It's sunny at 18 in Nakuru, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 24 as well in a partly sunny Nyeri at 17. At 19, it's partly sunny in Eldoret, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 28 in a cloudy Mombasa at 27. 28 and mostly cloudy in Malindi, highs of 30 and lows of 25, and going to highs of 27. Kisumu is sunny at 23. It's also sunny at 23 in Kakamega, going to highs of 26 and lows of 16. A mostly sunny Kampala is at 21, highs of 25, and it'll go to highs of 27 in a cloudy Dar es Salaam now after the rain at 25. 16 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 24 and lows of 9, and a hazy Lagos is at 26, I beg your pardon, highs of 33 today. All right, looking into Kinshasa, sunny at 24, highs of 32, and out into Beijing, inching closer to early evening. Beijing 26, highs of 27, and it's partly cloudy at 8 in Paris, 7 and sunny in London, and at 12 degrees Monday night in New York. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 13 and lows of 7.
Spice up your life.
For the tail end of traffic hour this morning, we're still seeing some of it on the thicker superhighway coming into the city, and also on Kiambu Road. That still continues as you come towards Muthaiga Square, all leading into the city, and it's starting to dwindle as you get towards Muranga Road. It's still a bit heavy on James Gishuru. We're seeing a little bit less of it. That's spilling over towards the Red Hill Link Road. Out of Limuru Road looking much better, but the folks on the Northern Bypass seem to not want to get off the road. What's happening here? So just want to be careful as you're coming in from Ruaka, going out towards the Northern Bypass. There is some traffic still there. Everybody else seems to be getting on with it. Traffic hours over. Talk to us through the morning on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Business news with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. The Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology has reviewed its 2 bachelor courses to meet industry-relevant standards. The revision of the Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science and Bachelor of Computer Technology was done in partnership with the Microsoft Africa Development Center. 128 units under the above programs will be impacted and will come into effect for the September 2023 student intake. Safaricom and Shop Zetu have partnered to launch the Shop Zetu mini app on the M-Pesa Super App. The Shop Zetu mini app will enable more than 7 million M-Pesa Super App customers to shop and pay for women's and men's fashion across more than 200 vendors within the app. The marketplace will then dispatch and deliver items to customers nationwide within 3 days after making an order. Kenyans living abroad sent home 46.4 billion shillings in March, which was a 15.5% increase when compared to February, according to latest data by the Central Bank of Kenya. CBK says diaspora remittances rose more than 6 billion shillings month on month from 40.2 billion shillings registered in February, as cumulative inflows for the 12 months period to March 2023 rose to 522.6 billion shillings compared to 508.6 billion shillings recorded over the same period last year. APA Life Assurance Company Limited is looking for an incident manager with a bachelor's degree in information technology engineering with at least 3 years of experience working in IT service management. Suitable candidates are required to send their CVs and cover letter by 21st of April 2023. Visit jobs.digger.co.ke for more information on these and other jobs. Digger Jobs, your credible and trusted jobs partner.
Spice FM Business.
It continues at 9:45. The conversation this time is about promoting development and implementation of tobacco control policies in Kenya through online platforms. We have Dorcas Kiptui, Head of Division of Tobacco Control at the Ministry of Health, and Rachel Kitonyo Devotu, who's a Senior Tobacco Control Advisor at the Tobacco Control Data Initiative Program Development Gateway. You'll tell us, Rachel, shortly about the online platform that you have that creates this awareness. But as we do that, there are several questions and debates that are emerging even online. First of all, you talked about so tobacco control, the harmful effects of tobacco, and Dorcas, you told us about this and why we came up with the Tobacco Control Act. And then Dorcas, you told us as well about implementation of this and enforcement of the Tobacco Control Act. We went into what's happening, and now there's a shift and introduction of other products that are not cigarettes. So they are not sold in packs. They don't have to be, to have that labeling. They are now targeting and they are reaching younger audiences, and they contain nicotine. And the question is, what is the harmful ingredient in a cigarette? Is nicotine harmful?
Yes, nicotine is an addictive substance, and it is the main ingredient that tobacco industry sells to addict people, so that they are dependent on tobacco products and they can continue buying from them and they make a huge profit. But besides that, for example, there are other constituents and emissions from tobacco products. For example, cigarettes have more than 7,000 chemicals in them. And
wait. Cigarettes have or tobacco has?
Okay, the tobacco plant will absorb all the fertilizer, all the pesticides used. And then this product is cured with smoke, in Kenya mostly, and then it is bought by the tobacco industry where they manufacture it, they shred it and add more things. One, they add them to contain the moisture so that the cigarette is not dry, for example, or they add something else like ammonia to enhance nicotine absorption and therefore higher addiction and quicker addiction and quicker delivery of nicotine.
So the harmful effect of nicotine is in the addiction.
Is the addiction, and it is the main ingredient that is sold in tobacco products. But so it comes alongside all these other chemicals.
Okay.
Besides that, when a smoker smokes, when they inhale, when they burn it, when they light the cigarette, the chemicals react also and create more. And when they inhale and exhale, they still have those chemicals that other people around the smoker.
What brings this physiological harm to the body? What you talked about, the impotence, the lung diseases, the cancer causing. What is it?
One, it is because of the effects of nicotine, for example, and the effects of the content of tobacco products. Some of them are carcinogens, some of them are toxins, cancer-causing agents. Some are toxins, means they are poison, they are poisonous, or they also are harmful. They destroy cells and they destroy tissue. So, for example, when somebody smokes, it immediately causes constriction, how do you call it? Narrowing of blood vessels, and therefore your heart beats very fast. Your blood pressure goes up trying to pump the blood through the valves. Eventually, it also causes deposit of fats in your blood vessels, and eventually you have blocked blood vessels. That's why you see people who have smoked for a long time, they have amputated feet and arms, body parts. Secondly, the toxins or the poison and the harmful ingredients affect your cells, affect your organs, affect your systems together, because the heart pumps the content of the blood into the lungs and into the rest of the body. All these chemicals goes around the body of a human when they are consuming tobacco products, and so they injure the cells, they cause distortion of cells. And when you're having a pregnancy, you can also have malformations because of distortion of the growth of the baby.
Dorcas, is there a difference between somebody who is puffing a cigarette stick and somebody who is inhaling or using a nicotine pouch?
Okay, all tobacco products are harmful used in any form, including the smoke or emissions from those products, because they are irritants, they are harmful products, they are cancer-causing agents, they are all in there. So there is no safer product than another. You cannot say, for example, an analogy, vapes, that when you go to the road, would you rather be hit by a motorbike, a car, or a lorry? That is really what I am thinking that to be.
Well, somebody might say if you're hit by a motorcycle, it wouldn't kill you, a lorry would. You see that they're making
it depends on how it hits you, one, and secondly, it will injure you.
Okay.
You will not be whole after that.
Sure.
Yes, and it can, a bicycle, for example, you can fall off a bike and crack your head,
skull, and you're gone.
Yes,
that's true.
So there is no, from a health perspective, and also from the economic and the environmental, the whole process of growing, production, and sale and consumption has effects on different aspects of society.
Absolutely.
I just want to add something. So particularly from a youth and children perspective, the emerging science is that the human brain is not fully developed until about age 25. I don't know if you're aware that now even in the US, when sentencing a young person, they take that into account. So of course you turn 18, you get an ID, but the brain is still at that of a child. And so nicotine affects developing brains. And so if the target of the nicotine pouches is not smokers, but is non-smokers. And so even when we talk about the whole harm reduction, and the industry is coming and saying that the nicotine pouch is less harmful. So they are not saying it is not harmful. They're saying it's less harmful. So going back to Dorcas' analogy, if you jump from the 20th floor, you'll die. If you jump from the 5th floor, you're still not safe, right?
Sure.
You break your legs.
Or die.
Or die, depending. And so they are trying to say, so let's not jump from the 20th floor, let's jump from the 5th floor. Would you take your 2-month-old baby and drop it from the 5th floor?
Okay.
So from that perspective, and so going back to Eric's question, in cigarettes, the tar that comes from the smoked product is what, for example, irritates the lungs and causes lung cancer. And then all those other chemicals that she talked about, some of which are added by the tobacco industry and some of which come by combustion. So yes, the nicotine pouch, because it doesn't have combustion, perhaps doesn't have tar, but the liquid in which the nicotine is put still has other carcinogens. And those are the ones that still irritate. And so, for example, some of the emerging science on the risk of cancer is that the nicotine pouches, and not just nicotine pouches, even e-cigarettes, because remember, e-cigarettes, you still have to inhale. So if you're inhaling something that goes to the lungs, what the lungs wants is oxygen.
Sure.
It doesn't want liquids that come with other chemicals. So those still irritate the lungs and still cause problems. And even now there's research on going into, for example, in the mouth, because when you put the nicotine pouch, it sits there as you absorb the nicotine.
Yeah.
So there are still other chemicals. So they're not really giving you pure nicotine. It's nicotine dissolved or mixed with something else, and all those chemicals are still carcinogenic.
So plainly, nicotine is harmful. Yes.
To young people up to age 25, it affects brain development.
Okay.
These are kids in school. These are kids in university. They need their brains.
Okay.
Unless we want a brainless society, for that age group, nicotine is harmful to the brain.
Okay, that's clear. One of the things that we're talking about today is on digital platforms, which is where a lot of the audience is paying attention to today. In the 80s, I'm made to understand, and then in the 90s, which I know a little bit about, the advertisements were visual, really visual in terms of campaigns. We saw the darkened lungs and we saw people who were emaciated as a result of being on the smoke, right? Are we saying now that the digital number one, did those visuals in terms of awareness campaigns, did they work to get folks off the smoke? One. Two, what tools then in the world that we are today, obviously from this platform, are we seeing that is going to help to propel this conversation to stick hard and fast in the minds of those who smoke or who don't, who are in the community?
So if you go back to the science of advertising, why do companies advertise? Because advertising works. It helps to create brand recognition and brand loyalty, yeah? And that's why they invest millions in advertising. And that's why when you try to ban advertising, you're fought. So it works the other way, even from a health promotion perspective, that the more we repeat the message, the more people remember it.
Yeah.
And so tobacco advertising and promotion, when banned, stops the industry from reaching its customers, and when we use it for public health, it also works. And so mass media campaigns is one of the strategies for tobacco control. And if you look, there's a survey that was done in Kenya called the International Tobacco Control Policy Evaluation Project in 2018. They showed that when, for example, we put the first graphic health warnings in Kenya came in around 2015, 2016, because our regulations that were passed in 2014. And so this survey done in 2018 actually asked smokers, and they had seen the health warnings, and it had an impact. And actually in Kenya, public awareness about the harms of smoking is really high. And so we've got about, among non-smokers, public awareness is probably at 90%. Among smokers, it's about 84% from this survey. And this was a sample of about 2,000, which is representative for Kenya. So there's really high awareness, and these health warnings have helped. It would have been even more effective if we'd accompanied by hard-hitting television and radio adverts. I know the Ministry of Health did a 6-week campaign, but for it to really have that sustained impact, going back to industry adverts, so you see Coca-Cola adverts every day. They're trying to reinforce to you that when you're hungry, you take Coca-Cola. When you're thirsty, we would, if we had the money, would need to do that. But they are effective as a strategy. They work.
Yeah. And I think also, in addition to advertising, they recruit new people. If you remember adverts that were there before, it showed that, I remember one, Smooth All the Way, somebody seated beside, I think it was a Ferrari, and a woman in a red, beautiful dress. So for you, a young man, you want to attract such a woman, which was perceived to be the woman. You want to be classy by having a cigarette with you or an alcoholic drink with you or something. Ferrari. Yes. So, ama sigara ya marafiki. That was a very misleading. Marafiki, really, your friend wants to kill you. They share with you something that will kill you.
But they were powerful adverts also.
Yeah, so those were powerful. I remember them. I was not very grown up then, but I remember them. So, by advertising and even having it in movies and films in a positive way, I believe what you referred to earlier demonstrates the causes of consumption of substances. But if it is being advertised in a positive way, it influences young people, it influences the society to be even some role models. That is why the Act bans even advertising by endorsement and testimonials by role models in the society.
I just want to go to
just a minute. So the graphic health warnings in the tobacco control products do not only contain text but also graphic, because there are many people who smoke who are very poor, low education, so they cannot read, they don't understand the English and Swahili sometimes. So we have put pictures.
The picture.
The government requires a graphic health warning, which shows you. And we did a survey recently, and tobacco users admitted and said these pictures are real. We have
how does it affect them?
Some have quit. We have even helped some. We directed some to health centers where they could get help. So it's now ukiona kwa movies, any smoker who is trying to quit, if they see someone smoking on the TV or an advertisement of the tobacco product, they will quickly go and get one.
I want to throw in this question before we wind up.
Sorry, Rachel.
Reading government.uk. This is the government of the UK's website. 1 million smokers. This was posted on the 11th of April, 7 days ago. 1 million smokers will be encouraged to swap cigarettes for vapes under a pioneering new Swap to Stop scheme designed to improve the health of the nation and cut smoking rates. As part of the world first national scheme, almost 1 in 5 of all smokers in England will be provided with a vape starter kit alongside behavioral support to help them quit the habit as part of a series of new measures to help the government meet its ambition of being smoke-free by 2030. That is, by reducing smoking rates to 5% or less. Local authorities will be invited to take part in the scheme later this year. Each will design a scheme which suits its needs. So basically, 1 million smokers in the UK are being given vapes. What does that mean?
So the problem, go back to, is in Kenya, 15% of the adults smoke. 3.15%. By adults, I mean 15 and over. For young people, so let's take 15 and below, by the GYTS, our prevalence rates are 3.2%. So in the UK, they are trying to use vapes to get smokers to stop smoking. In Kenya, when you're marketing Velo, Lift, and other nicotine pouches, you're not marketing them to teenagers who are smoking. You're marketing them to non-smoking teenagers. So you cannot compare Kenya to the UK. And so that's when I go back to my story of the flavoring, the strawberry, the bubble gum. You're marketing to children.
The messaging here is like vaping is not harmful.
It is harmful.
And the same UK, it was one of the first countries to start marketing and selling vapes, and vapes were blowing up on youth faces. In their lungs were blowing up. So if you see your neighbor doing something bad, you don't say, my neighbor is doing it, so I will do it. If they are beating their wife or killing their children, you don't do the same. And as Rachel has said, the population that is using tobacco products abroad in the UK is so big that they will probably, I'm not speaking for them, do anything to reduce it. But in Kenya, these are tobacco products. Who manufactures them? It's tobacco industry. So I don't think the government of Kenya, being a party to the FCTC and caring for its citizens, will start marketing and selling tobacco products. And we are trying to prevent people from starting so that we don't have to give them
support in health.
Yes.
In healthcare.
Yeah. And we are getting there, as Rachel has said.
Asanteni sana, ladies. Dorcas Kiptui is the head of Division of Tobacco Control at the Ministry of Health, and Rachel Kitonyo is from Development Gateway. She is a senior tobacco control advisor at the Tobacco Control Data Initiative Program. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a lovely day. It's 10
I have
a.m.
a closing remark.
Closing remark?
Yes, tomorrow we are launching the data platform. It's called the Data Dashboard, which was developed Ministry of Health in collaboration with Development Gateway. So tomorrow we are launching it, which will provide access to the public and policymakers on tobacco. So if you have any question tomorrow, we are going to launch it. You will see it and you can visit for further information.
How can one access it, right?
www.kenya.tobaccocontroldata.org
www.kenya.tobaccocontroldata.org. Okay. Asante sana, ladies.
Thank you.
Have a lovely day, people. It's 10 a.m.
Asante.
Managed to escape shortly. He was caught by the irate residents who were baying for his blood. They frog-marched him to the Kimbimbi dispensary, where they locked him in one of the rooms.